Alabama Saturday at Saratoga. By day's end, what will the headline be? Perhaps a first for trainer Brad Cox. Never won this race. Today he saddles a favorite, Good Cheer, untouchable in her first 7 starts of her career, Kentucky Oaks winner. Why does it feel like she has something to prove? As for trainer Casse, watching this race since he was 8, in search of a first win, he's brought talent and volume, nitrogen, explosive, dynamic, but just how versatile. 4 of 5 wins on grass. She's never raced on a fast dirt track, and stablemate Lacara, dual grade 1 winner, speed, her weapon. Come and catch her if you can. Lacara, how far can she carry her speed? We'll find out this evening. Look at this crowd as we touch on just some of these storylines surrounding today's Alabama in just hours as this legendary racing venue, 145th edition. Time to get this Alabama party started. They look like they started a while ago. Horses on the track for the first of 12 on this picture-perfect Saturday at the August place to be. Just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Make no mistake, this Alabama is one of the most important races every summer at Saratoga. Consider it the female equivalent of the Travers. It's a pathway to a championship. In fact, 27 winners of this race have gone on to be crowned 3-year-old filly champs. So who's next? That's what we're here to find out. As we take a look at the field, the 145th edition, Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Top class 3-year-old fillies, classic American racing distance, 1.25 miles, $600,000 purse. Number 2, Good Cheer. 8-5 morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Guys, we don't have a lot of time, about 3 minutes to post for the opener. So let's just start with the Alabama favorite and Good Cheer. Richie, why is she the favorite this afternoon?
Well, she was undefeated until that Acorn, and that was just a subpar effort from her. She is a Kentucky Oaks winner, 7 for 8 lifetime, and I honestly believe that she is doing better coming into the Alabama than she was to the Acorn. She just seems like she's training with a little bit more energy. Her coat has that rich hydrated look, which I didn't see going into the Acorn. I think she looks good.
Paulie Godolphin, homebred, Good Cheer, the 8 starts, 7 wins, 1 loss, just the 1 loss. So why does it feel like she's reached this fork in the road?
It's because of the other 2 Casse runners. I mean, he's got a good pair with Nitrogen and Lacara, both speed types, and I'm wondering which one's going to go to the front. I think Lacara, but Good Cheer, like you said, 7 for 7 going into the Acorn, and she just threw in a clunker that day. And I just believe that every muddy racetrack's just not the same, and she did not like it.
Good point.
And I would think that she'll fire her best shot today on a fast racetrack.
Good Cheer, Alabama favorite. Yeah, that 1 loss. How will she respond? And then what about the competition, like her main competition, when you're looking at Nitrogen and Lacara, trained by Casse, as we welcome in Casse Clement to the broadcast at Casse's stable.
Well, trainer Casse has 2 of the most intriguing runners in today's Alabama in Nitrogen, who's joining me here, and Lacara. As Casse has said from the beginning with Nitrogen, that he feels that she breathes different air, thus her name. She has been dominant on the turf in the 3-year-old filly division, and now will run on the dirt. She won the Wonder again off the turf, this time her first race being entered on the main track. She's been training with her stablemate Lacara, and Marcus always said that she has been an excellent workhorse and has shown that she deserves a chance to prove that she is a generational talent in today's Alabama. But as far as her stablemate Lacara is concerned, she's coming in off of a win, going wire to wire in the Acorn. She was supposed to run in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Unfortunately, her schedule was upended due to a quarantine in her barn, despite the fact that she was healthy. Casse saying that they're just going to change the game plan. She will point instead to today's Alabama and might actually benefit from a little bit of the extra time. Her speed is her weapon, but these 2 fillies obviously have a world of talent and will look to prove it in today's Alabama.
Vicious 1-2 Alabama punch from Casse. Terrific story on he and his father later on during the Fox broadcast coverage beginning for Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Race 1 in moments as always. Started the early pick 5. Race 9, the Skidmore fast 2-year-old turf sprinters. Race 10, the Alabama on Fox. Only 3 weeks remain, but 3 of the most exciting all summer. Still time to get involved. Sign up today NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. To the live racing, shall we? Field for the opener, starter allowance, a mile, making their way to that Wilson Chute. Updated odds with House United, the 2-1 current favorite. Paulie, how'd you see this one unfolding, this first of 12 on Alabama Saturday?
Well, I mean, the 4's cutting back in distance. I landed on the 3. I know, Mig, you're on the 1 here. We're both familiar with Greg Compton, a very good trainer. And this horse should not be 14-1. I'm kind of surprised that everybody else, like the 4, is taking this amount of money. I like the 3, popular in the claim box, in good form. Richie, like I said, Fear of Union, Greg Compton's a good conditioner.
It's a good conditioner. He ships up here. And I think you and I are in agreement, Paul, that this card is very, very
tough,
difficult.
yeah.
And I thought at 14-1, this horse fits. I mean, he might have to improve a touch. But at 14-1, I'm willing to hope that today this horse improves a touch.
Swinging for the fences right from the opening jump. Richie Migliori, Compton, also with Kinsey Queen, outsider in the Grade 1 Alabama. First of 12, filing into the gate to the voice of Saratoga. He'll call the Alabama this evening on Fox. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 1 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Happy Alabama Day to you. Thanks to the presenters, Keeneland Sales. Here's Sweet Talking Bourbon going up. Indy Magic completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Norwich is very quick, going straight to the front. Sweet Talking Bourbon moves to challenge in second, and Indy Magic is a close third, while 3 wide swinging on to the back stretch. They're followed by Airborne Elite, and House United is racing 5th, on hold in between rivals. 3 clear of Fear of Union, who did not have the greatest of beginnings. They move on to the backstretch, and it's Norwich, who ran an opening quarter in 24 and 3/5 seconds, leading by a length over Sweet Talking Bourbon, who's clearly second now, a length and a half in front of Indy Magic, and Airborne Elite is down on the inside of rivals, just 3 lengths off the lead. House United on hold, very much in the thick of it, and it's a big gap now, at least 8 back to Fear of Union. They have a half mile to travel and Norwich to catch. He's been there throughout with constant pressure from Sweet Talking Bourbon. Indy Magic 3 deep in third. Now Irad Ortiz Jr. asking House United to get after this trio. They're still 4 lengths off the lead. Airborne Elite has lost some ground, and Fear of Union has trailed throughout. A quarter of a mile to go. And it's Norwich on the inside, head to head with Sweet Talking Bourbon. 2 lengths back, Indy Magic trying to get by them and coming after him now. And here's Indy Magic, who is right on even terms, 3 clear of House United. Indy Magic and Luis Saez spurting away late over House United, who rallies on the outside of Sweet Talking Bourbon. Those 2 close for second, but a no doubt about it win for Indy Magic. Tight photograph for second between either House United or Sweet Talking Bourbon.
A Good Magic, who debuted race 1, Travers Day 2017. 4-year-old by Good Magic strikes in the opener, Alabama Day. Indy Magic in his 4th lifetime victory.
Yeah, Paul, it looks like, making the kind of last run on the outside. That's something when you start a card, you always want to pay attention and potentially how the track is playing.
Yeah, and getting that outside draw, it just shows you that this horse last race was not a fluke. Ran an 87 buyer on the Wilton Chute, and maybe this is the kind of horse that's the specialist here. Loving this mile at Saratoga because that was by far his all-time best race, and this might be his 2nd best race off the claim. And Luis Saez stuck with this horse with Carlos David, and you got 4-1.
4-1 here, and Lafitte, my idea with the 1 horse was an ill-conceived idea.
You took a shot. It's a 14-1 shot. Don't worry. 1 down. You got 11 to go, my friend. Here, Indy Magic, Zilla Racing, those Zilla Racing colors. Luis Saez, 2020 champion jockey here at Saratoga, won the Jim Dandy that year, and Travers with Essential Quality, teaming up with Carlos David, Indy Magic. As for the favorite, House United, any excuses or simply outrun?
kind of outrun. I mean, got the pace in front of him, and you could see Irad asking this horse, and really not in the past. Norwich and Sweet Talkin' Bourbon were battling with each other down the lane. It looked like the four kind of picked up the pieces.
I agree, just second best.
6-4, 5-3 results, reaction, and much more. Just getting started. Alabama Day at Saratoga. Indy Magic in the opener. Luis Saez goes to work. He responds and strikes at 4-1.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually, well, it was Indy Magic in the opener. Luis Saez aboard, who's joining me here. And Louis, tell me a little bit about your trip. It seems like you had plenty of horse when needed there at the stretch.
Yes, the plan with him was try to break him and be right there pretty close, and we have a good position too. Especially from that shoot, it's kind of a little difficult if you not 1, 2, 3, you know. And well, he put me in a great spot when I came in the top of the stretch. Like you say, I have a plenty horse. He just keep going, and we're pretty impressed.
He's won 2 in a row. You've been aboard for both of those, but wanted to ask about a horse that you are well familiar with later in the Alabama too. Good cheer. You started smiling knowing what I'm going to ask. What did you feel last time in the Acorn? It was a wet track and her first defeat.
You know, this track is getting pretty tricky when they had a lot of rain, and that day I feel like she was a little bit tired too. She was a little quiet, but I've been working her, and she feeling very well. Last word was pretty good, and I really can't wait to see her in the race today.
She obviously has so much talent, just what she's done. I mean, that Kentucky Oaks was a really special performance.
Yeah, that filly is very special, especially because you can see her. She's a little skinny and little, but she got big heart, and she always tries so hard.
Well, good luck later in the Alabama. We can't wait to see her.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez kicking off the day with a win, Lafitte, but of course, date with little Philly, big heart in that Alabama.
Good cheer. Going to work in the opener. Luis Saez, in case, you know, he's a little bit, not that he would be nervous, but there's pressure associated, riding an 8-5 favorite, grade 1 Alabama. It helps to get that first win in the afternoon.
Great way to start the day, right? You just want to be in a flow, your confidence level, and it's a big day. We've already got a huge crowd here. It's the first race, Paul. I think it's going to be a huge, maybe one of the biggest crowds of the summer so far.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is like a doubleheader, and you get like a bloop single to the right in your first at bat of the doubleheader. You know it's going to be a good day, and you're hoping that the manager will play you in the second game at first base too as well. But Indy Magic, $10 even. Congratulations to Luis Saez. And House United just second best.
Indy Magic there. And for Saez, yeah, that will be the big question with good cheer. Which version shows up? The filly that was perfect in her first 7 starts, or the incredibly disappointing version that we saw in the Acorn?
Well, I think Luis Saez said something that I agree with. She seemed like maybe she was a little bit tired. She was a little bit quiet. That was the impression I got watching her come up to the race. Now, we know how good Brad Cox is, and watching her train now, Paul, she looks like she's back to where she was before the Acorn. The energy level's good, her coat's good. And I think Luis Saez should have ended that interview with Panama in the house.
You know,
they're doing something right at that Lafitte and Kai Jockey.
Yeah,
show,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, going that distance of ground, you know, over a muddy racetrack is tiring. And listen, they got to Lacara. She backed out of that race early, and you know what? It might have saved her a lot for the Acorn because she didn't really kind of run on. Good Cheer ran on in the Kentucky Oaks, and it might have taken a lot out of her where you saw Lacara just kind of back out of there, and Dylan kind of tried her home. Maybe she was just a little more fit. Today's going to be a different ballgame between these 3 fillies.
Plenty of time between now and that Alabama. For example, this second race, first of 5 races for 2-year-olds this afternoon. Start of the early pick 5, New York bred 2-year-old filly, 6-furlong sprint, wide open with Belloro, the tepid favorite, at 3-1. And Richie, of course, while we're focusing on the racing and the Alabama and the festivities, this day also carries significant meaning for an important cause and in memory of Dominic Galluscio.
Dominic Galluscio, a great guy, and the support and effort that trainers make, training, you know, full barn of horses and getting over there in time to sign the autographs speaks volumes of how much he meant to so many people, Dominic. He was a dear friend of mine and a dear friend of so many of his competitors there showing up to support it.
See a lot of purple here today at Saratoga as we send things over to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Gary Gallo, former trainer, of course, longtime friend of Dominic Galluscio as well. Gary, we are wearing our purple today in honor of the Lust Garden Foundation. Can you give us a little insight on what today is all about?
Well, it's about really a lot of trainers coming out, the signing. Lust Garden Foundation is a great place to donate. 100% goes to them. And it's about 2 of my good dear friends, Dominic Galluscio and Ray Amato Jr. You know, everybody came out. It was nice to see everybody in purple, and just, again, with all of the trainers coming there, it's a great thing to have, you know. So it was nice and special. It's 11 years, so I still don't really get used to it. You know, it's a tough day, but it's a good cause.
And it kind of reminds us, I think, to on the racetrack, we're a dysfunctional family, but a family nonetheless that comes together in those moments.
100%, yeah, very dysfunctional. But when it comes to these things, you'd like to see everybody that, you know, they come together. You know, it's a very competitive business, especially with the trainers, jockeys, and everything. And, you know, for these guys just to come together, sit next to each other and do something really good, I think it's amazing, really, to get everybody every year to do that. You know, you got all your top trainers here doing it. And I think really all over the country, this is the only racetrack that really does it.
Yeah, well said, and a really special day to honor special individuals. Thank you for taking the time, Gary.
Yeah, thank you.
Lafitte.
You see the color purple all over the racetrack. Dominic Galluscio, just how loved and respected he was. Richie, and as for Gary Gallo, there's support and being there for a friend, and then the kind of support and what he did for Dominic.
When Dominic, you know, got his terrible diagnosis, he moved into Gary Gallo's house with him and his family. And basically they took care of him when Dominic, the last 3 weeks of his life, basically a hospice situation. And it speaks volumes to not only their friendship, but what kind of a person Gary Gullo is. He's managing GMP Farm. We had the shot, the gentleman in the purple shirt, Anthony Malfi, the owner of GMP Farm just now. And it just shows you how everybody comes and bands together. But Gary Gullo, a cut above.
Yeah, and cancer's touched a lot of people in different ways. Ovarian cancer from my mother, passed away at a young age. And Dominic, we lost him too soon, and he had pancreatic cancer. And, I think a lot of people that just want to donate to any kind of fund you can into cancer research, whether it's children's, whether it's any kind, breast cancer, it's well worth it. You go to lustgarden.com. It's right there. You can donate. It's very simple.
A bigger part of Alabama Day as anything else, Lust Garden Foundation in honoring the memory of Dominic Galluscio as our coverage continues on this Alabama Saturday here on Fox Sports 2. Mark Casse, a busy man. 11 stakes runners at Woodbine, 2 at Saratoga. His Alabama duo, Nitrogen, 5-time stakes winner, seeking that first Grade 1 victory. Surfaces a question. And Lacara, tactics, no mystery, the one to catch in the 145th Alabama.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jockey's Warrior, so back.
Win in your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Fox, Saratoga Saturday. A star-studded lineup of the nation's top 3-year-old fillies go head-to-head in Saratoga's Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Winning action from Saratoga Saturday, 4 Eastern on Fox.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 at 2:57.
Dunbar Road is right behind her, swinging up on the far outside. Then off topic and toward the inside, Lady Apple and a Fleet Destiny. They're into the final furlong. Here's Dunbar Road and Street Band. And the two of them are 1-2 now. Point of Honor is third between those two. 16th to go. Dunbar Road in front, and she's getting away late. And Dunbar Road takes the Alabama.
3 chimneys this week in history. August 2019, Jose Ortiz becoming the 3rd jockey to win 3 straight Alabamas on Dunbar Road. There it is, in case you didn't know right then. You knew it. What a feat.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool feat, and he had the presence of mind to raise the 3 fingers to indicate his 3 Alabamas. I did that when I won my 4,000. My 4,000 career victory. I was coming to the wire, horse winning so easy. I looked to find where the track photographer was, and then I put up 4 fingers like that. Got yelled at.
That was my follow-up.
You're not supposed to showboat, right?
I can't showboat. Got
Act
yelled
like
at.
You've been there before, but you've only been there once. You're winning your 4,000th career race. It's understandable.
Hands on the reins, keep the horse balanced. Thank your dance partner. Don't show anybody up.
There's certain times though where you just can't help yourself and you're loud.
Yeah, but I get yelled at.
Jose Ortiz looking for a 4th today in the Alabama with Nitrogen. Naturally, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Another look at the field. Grade 1 Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. Compact field of 6. Very talented field of 6. Number 4, Nitrogen. Number 6, Lacara. Both trained by Mark Casse. We start with Lacara. This was the Acorn Richie in that Tour de Force in the slop over Good Cheering Company.
Well, she wants the lead, and she got the lead in the Acorn, and she just kept on running under Dylan Davis, and I believe her strongest effort to date. And it does look, Paul, potentially like she's just going to control on the front end again here.
Yeah, because the other speed in here is going to be her stablemate Nitrogen, right? So I see what gives, but I would think she's going to do this. She's going to try to go to the front, outrun her other competitors in here, and try to put some separation between Good Cheer and Nitrogen.
Have a follow-up a little bit later on Lacara in terms of a chase for a title. Like, she has the 2 Grade 1 wins, Good Cheer 1. Nitrogen still seeking a first. Her stablemate Nitrogen, the 9 career starts, 8 on grass, Paul, and then this stroll in the slop in the Wonder Again Belmont Stakes weekend.
Well, this was the race that got everybody buzzing. Let's get her to the dirt. Now, this race can be confusing because she was so dominant, she skipped over it. And you're wondering, now going 1.25 miles on faster, I'll be honest, is she fit enough to go that distance of ground? Because turf racing, a lot lighter. This was a jog in the park. Now going 1.25 miles against 2 horses that are probably as good as her on dirt. Will she be able to handle it?
What does that tell you, that performance on a wet track compared to what that projects in terms of performance on a faster track today?
Well, it tells me she's a special talent because she'd already kind of tipped her hand how good she was on grass. And a lot of horses can't translate that form when they change surfaces. Now, yes, it was a muddy track and a small field, but that was jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
I mean, she won eased up, and I do think she's going to sit just off of Lacara, and they're not going to engage too much early because they're from the same barn.
Cassie trained Alabama dynamic duo Lacara Nitrogen. Lacara 2 more starts, each 5 wins. Lacara the 2 Grade 1 wins. Nitrogen more money. Dylan Davis, Jose Ortiz, both very familiar with these fillies. Richie, Lacara 2.5 months off, missed the coaching club American Oaks. It was just a quarantine situation. Nothing was ever wrong with her, but fact is she missed the race. The combination of the layoff, the unplanned layoff, the time off, and tackling this 1.25 mile distance, it seems like a little bit of a daunting formula for her.
I can see the point. I believe she's making her 6th start of the year. There's so much foundation there. She came off of a big effort in the Acorn that maybe in some respects the break because of having the scratch out of the coaching club might have been a blessing in disguise. I will say this, I like the way she trained into the Acorn a lot better than I've liked her training into the Alabama.
Yeah, she was training great going into the Oaks. She's worked, I think, too fast. Sometimes she's almost too fast for her own good, and she worked 45 and change before the Oaks. So I just think she's so quick. And if you look at the worker reports in the morning, Mike Welsh from the DRF, who's tremendous, he said no problem with energy level when it comes to Lacara. She's going to bring that to the party almost every time. So she's going to be hyped up. Can they back her up to get that 1.25 miles? That's
fascinating edition of the Alabama tonight on Fox. Top class 3-year-old fillies at the Classic American Racing Distance 1.25 miles. Speaking of which, distance of the Travers. And the Travers Bankroll Builder, Naira Betts Bankroll Builder is back. Opt in at nairabets.com. Bet $50 to win on 1 horse in the Alabama. You'll earn a $20 bonus. Win or lose, boost your Travers Bankroll. Opt in now at nairabets.com. Travers Canoe still sporting those Rapoli colors, fierceness. Last year's winner, Sovereignty, heavy favorite, anticipated heavy favorite 1 week from today, the DraftKings Travers. First things first, back to the live racing. 2-year-olds, Acacia, first of 5 races for 2-year-olds this afternoon. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Well, several of them are singing our song here in the paddock. A few chatty fillies for these New York breds, but one that has been very professional is the first-time starter to the outside for Mike Maker in Pinky Briar, the number 7, as Mike had a nice New York bred colt win first time out yesterday. Now, this filly is by McKenzie. The Dam did win it too, sprinting on the dirt, and she was graded stakes place as well. But given that she's by McKenzie and what we've seen from the stallion, it does kind of stack up that she might want more distance, but she is a big, good-looking filly. She has a lot of size and substance to her. She does debut wearing short cut blinkers as she's been based over at Turfway. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch any of her workouts coming into this, but she looks strong for the debut. Not the easiest to debut at the 6 furlongs. So like I said, I think that she may appreciate more ground moving forward, but so far she's handled everything with a lot of class. The number 3, Avery's Wonderland, probably one of the most vocal fillies in here. She's one that does seem a little bit bewildered here in the paddock as she's been screaming from the moment she came in here and has kind of set a couple of the others off as well. But that being said, she is one that has been working pretty strongly. Was able to watch a few works back where she worked with Mr. Papa Giorgio, an older horse. Last time out, according to the Clocker report, Joel Rosario was aboard and just kind of a maintenance work coming in here. So he's gotten well familiar with her. Very good looking, a lot of physical maturity. I just wonder about the mental maturity. Might need one to bring it all together. She has been quite distracted in the paddock. The number 5, Max Power, debuts for Claudio Gonzalez, who we don't see him running many horses here. This one a New York bred, so it makes sense coming into this spot. Debuts with the front wraps on, but from this barn, they run pretty much everything in 4 wraps, as she is one that sold for just $16,000 at the Timonium May 2-year-old sale. She galloped, very slow, contained gallop. She really almost kind of a common canter in there. She seemed to move pretty well. There is actually some pedigree in there. The dam is the sister to multiple graded stakes winner Clearly Now, and Maxfield has been off to a hot start as the sire, 6 for 24 with his progeny so far. She's been sharp coming in here, but not over the top. She has a lot of good size to her as well, a little bit intriguing at that low purchase price in this spot. And then finally, the 2, Probable Angle, coming in for Demetrio Sinafias, comes in off a very sharp gate breeze over at Penn National, and she does look quick. She got way sharper once they put the tack on, and then she started getting pretty vocal and a little bit all over the place after that. She wasn't really like that so much before the saddle went on. I'll keep my eyes on her throughout the remainder of the preliminaries here, but she is one, like I said, that does look like she should be quick. Lafitte?
The kids, the 2-year-olds making all that noise. First day at school. Riders up. And a post parade coming up shortly. Maybe just tuned in. Want to bet the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Go to NYRABets.com, and Equibase is going to provide free past performances on all the races on today's show. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download your free PPs on all the races today at Saratoga. Huge crowd, as expected. One of the biggest days every summer, Alabama Saturday. Over 34,000 plus, I believe, last year, and they're still just arriving, and you can feel that energy walking in to Saratoga, and exactly what Saratoga is supposed to feel like on a marquee day of racing.
Absolutely, and you can. The energy is palpable. What I was taken with is as big a crowd as we had by the first race, because they continue to pour in. I mean, we're several hours away from the Alabama, so I got a funny feeling they're going to well surpass last year's numbers.
This just shows you that the fans love all the racing here. Like we're going to see right now, we're going to see a bunch of 2-year-old fillies come out. You could see a future star. The fans here just get it. They don't. I always say they're not the Dodger fans who show up late because they got to deal with traffic.
Tiger.
Okay,
Easy.
But yeah, but if the Dodger fans could get there if there was no traffic, they would go.
You see Clayton last night? That was vintage Clayton Kershaw.
It was. Did you see the Mets? That was vintage New York Mets.
The 3 of us might as well come out of the bullpen at this point. Call to post. New York bred 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs. And we'll meet the field. There's the tepid favorite in Victory Hall. Second in her debut. No match for Jockey.
I thought this horse had a big look. And is your lowest will pay getting played at the windows for Junior Alvarado and Carlos David?
Probable Angle, first of several first-time starters.
Yeah, from an outfit that's usually pretty dangerous when they ship in here, comes in with some sharp gate works.
Loud Avery's Wonderland, the Omaha Beach debuting filly.
Well, foundation's not going to be the problem for this filly. She's got a ton of works coming into this one.
Number 4, One Holy Roller. There she is. Ron Lombardi's debuting homebred.
Half to stakes, New York bred stakes winner November Rain by Bustin' Stones, who possibly be the most underrated stallion in history.
Max power, not focused.
Not focused, but, you know, Casse talked about the Max fields have been running, and Claudio Gonzalez, there's turf races at Monmouth, so this horse could be dangerous.
Belloro, a distant third in her debut, but heavily backed.
Heavily backed that day, went up to favorite, and adds blinkers. And this is where I'm going to land, guys.
At 7-2. Then number 7, Pinky Briar. Deuce Great Houses, debuting filly.
Yeah, Louis Saya is going to look to take the double here. Filly by McKenzie. Been training at Turfway Park for this race.
That's the field. New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Who's ready to graduate? Start of the early pick 4 in 5 minutes and circling back to one holy roller. Ron Lombardi's homebred, Paulie, and your top selection to graduate in her debut at a price 6-1.
Yeah, you know, Kelly Breen is very sharp with his first-time start. He's very good with 2-year-olds in general. He's 19%. I love the Damn Hair Juju Eyeballs. She was a runner, and it seems like the Beatles song Come Together, there was a lot of horses named after that. I think Toe Jam Football came after Juju Eyeballs, but she was a running horse, and you know, Gators and Bears was a fast horse. Mig, you told me you rode the horse from the slop one time, Gators and Bears.
I rode him in the slop in the Bayshore, and he was a good horse, and he just couldn't handle the slop, lost his action, and essentially was eased. It's like his only bad race in his whole form. I had to ride him that day.
Ricardo Santana, you were just looking at and having this terrific summer at Saratoga. He's done a lot of damage here over the years. Back in 19, I believe, it's several Grade 1 wins, and it got off to that fast start and just hasn't slowed down.
But what's different in previous years is that he had the backing of Steve Asmussen's barn. He was basically the stable rider for Steve at that point. This year, he's doing it by kind of piecemealing it, riding for everybody, riding for some of the small outfits. A real credit to his agent, PJ Campo.
Those are not his career stats, but there's 2025 stats. But yeah, these are Saratoga stats. There you go.
By the magic of television.
50% in the money. That's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot bigger than you think. So, and he's been riding so well. Him and Kendrick. I said this is somebody, and I'm going to pose this to you. And it's just one of those things, Mig, I'll pose to you. A guy, look at the hats out today. The guys that have progressed so much. You would have told me 4 years ago that Kendrick Carmoose would be the favorite on turf races in Grade 1. I would have called you crazy. But he's always had that talent, just nobody gave him that chance.
Well, it's like anything. You need the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I tell young riders, and I'm sure you tell young, burgeoning ball players, you don't know when you're going to get your shot. You don't know when that opportunity is going to come, but it's your responsibility to be ready for it when it comes and make the most of it.
And I think Ricardo, too, his head's in the right place, Lafitte.
Ricardo Santana, terrific summer. As we look at Belloro there with Manny Franco, who you're going with, and what's Franco doing with her now and kind of taking her up to the starting gate there? She does have experience, having raced once where she's facing mostly first-time starters.
Yeah, honestly, for me, it's always a little unsettling when a rider goes all the way to the starting gate with a horse, because it almost makes me feel like either going for a saddle adjustment or to have a conversation with the examining vets. Now, she jogged far enough away. Maybe he just wanted her to get close to it and, kind of take a breath and see it. Listen, she took all the money on debut.
You sticking with her?
Yeah, no, I am. No, because he's gone far enough away from the gate.
Fair enough.
But she took all the money on debut, ran okay, adds blinkers. Maybe we're going to see a better version of her.
We check in with occasion.
Not in the paddock for her first race, but it does seem that they've taken every step to keep her more settled today. It was Jeremiah himself was on her head in the paddock. She broke away from the pony, had that big warm-up. Manny brought her up to the gate. He rode her first time out where she broke slowly as well. And she'd actually shown gate speed in the mornings, watching her workouts leading into that debut. So he has kept her moving throughout. All of the steps they've taken with the addition of those blinkers, it seems like the biggest goal is to get her to break better and to be more forward and be more professional second time out. But you can certainly tell that she's raced before, incredibly fit, and knock on wood, so far so good that she has been acting well. Of course, there's a lot of speed in the pedigree, the dam being the sister to multiple graded stakes winner, XY Jet. The number 1, Victory Hall, the other one with experience, she didn't have much speed either there in that same race, as she looked like she was a touch green in the stretch there when kind of leveling off, but did run on second best. I watched her last couple of workouts on First TV, the most recent of which was a solo one where she seemed to be going pretty easily, and then 2 works back with Storm the Streets, who's a claiming horse, but a 3-year-old male. Again, always give a little bit more credit to working with older ones, and especially for a 2-year-old filly. Independence Hall is a sire, still looking for his first winner, according to the DRF stats, but all of the ones I've seen are just so good looking. I feel like there's got to be something in there, and she looks very, very fit coming out of that debut race where it seemed Junior Alvarado got a chance to get to know her. Wrapping up thoughts on the first-time starters with One Holy Roller, who I know that Paul has some interest in. Plenty of pedigree, as you guys mentioned, being the half-sister to November Rain. He was a good dirt sprinter, and Juju Eyeballs was good on turf and dirt. The Dam, this one coming in, she has a little bit of a sway back in that there's a dip in her back. It certainly doesn't interfere with a horse, and they're able to run. Sometimes they'll need a little bit more padding underneath that saddle, and sometimes it can be a little bit trickier to build up that strength on their top line. So she moved fine out there. I would like to see her put on a little bit more muscle mass, but certainly one with a pedigree to have some ability, Lafitte.
Ricardo Santana on One Holy Roller, a sway back, Richie, for the uninitiated. What are some of the challenges of riding those types of horses?
Well, usually you can't use a hard back saddle. You got to use a soft back saddle that confirms their back more. Lafitte, they're comfortable. You could get so low on them. It's like riding in a bucket seat.
Yeah, I remember Keith DeSormo loves buying swaybacks in hopes they kind of grow out of it. But I remember Texas Red, the horse he had. That
Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, yeah.
That horse was a swayback when he bought the horse. Yeah.
He was that performance in the Breeders' Cup, sensational. Texas Red, One Holy Roller here. What will she do in her debut? Stepping forward at 7-1. Ricardo Santana, there goes Max Power. Victory Hall, the favorite at 2-1. Will this be Independence Hall's first winner? We're about to find out. Frank Mirmati with the call. New York bred 2-year-old fillies in the second at the Spa.
Belloro has taken up her spot, and Pinky Breyer to the outside. Rider just jumped off. Looks like number 2, Probable Angle. Red Silks climbing back aboard. Backing out number 2, Probable Angle. Will go down to Lafitte.
All right, so this not unexpected when it comes to first-time starters, young developing 2-year-old fillies. The first time they've done this in the afternoon. The crowd were not quite behaving like they eventually will once they've done it a few times.
Yeah, it's so much more sedate in the morning. This is a much more extreme atmosphere.
Take 2. Here's Frank.
And they're off. And One Holy Roller is one quick filly out of the gate. Victory Hall comes away in second, 3 clear of Pinky Breyer in third, and then it's Belloro moving up in between rivals. Belloro going right after the leader now. A gap of 4 back to Probable Angle, who's another 4 in front of Max Power and Avery's Wonderland at the back of a strung out field. Belloro takes over into the forward turn. Pinky Breyer has moved into second. A quarter went in 22 and 3. Then it's Victory Hall. One Holy Roller, who conceded the lead, is now coming back for more with a 3-wide move after the top pair. And Probable Angle is racing in 5th, 5 off them. It is a distance to Max Power, and Avery's Wonderland has been pulled up. They're at the top of the stretch, and Belloro is the one to catch with a 3-length lead. Victory Hall angles out and is coming after her now. These two are dominating. 2 lengths back, One Holy Roller and Pink Breyer, center of the track, Probable Angle. Victory Hall has taken over and starts to open up late. Victory Hall gives Carlos David both halves of the double. Belloro was second, Probable Angle third. Photo for fourth went to Pinky Breyer.
Fast start, Alabama Saturday. Carlos David, 2 wins. First winner sired by Independence Hall, Victory Hall. and experience proving key. Victory Hall Beloro in the second at the Spa.
Yeah, they come out of the same race where Victory Hall was second, Beloro was third, beaten 5.5 lengths that day by Victory Hall. Narrowed the gap today, but Victory Hall proved to be best. Very professional second start from the winner, Victory Hall. Sat in the pocket, took kickback, eased out. She got a lot out of her first race experience-wise.
Yeah, she did. In the 6 ran a bang-up race. She kind of put all the speeds away. You know, the 4 with Ricardo, I think, was lugging out the whole way. He wanted to get her out of there. She was not having any fun. She kept on kind of, you know, going. You're right. The most professional horses will go back to the start.
Inside post positions, what happens?
Yeah, they came together. They buffered it about the 2-horse pretty good. Honestly, I've seen rougher starts with 2-year-olds. That wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I do think it cost the 2-horse Probable Angle, who ran on to be third, a horse maybe to keep an eye on.
Look at the horse. You could see Ricardo's got a tight hold. You were noticing this horse was lugging out. He's got a tight hold and wanting to get outside because this horse wants to get out. And then you can see now the Carlos David horse kind of just riding the rail, but her ears were up.
She was very professional.
Yeah.
Young horse to do that.
Happy filly. Ears twitching. What else you want from me, Junior? Crop uncocked. Victory Hall rolls in the second at Saratoga. Week from today, Alvarado, yeah, he'll be riding the favorite in the featured event. Sovereignty, DraftKings Travers next Saturday. The boys today, the 3-year-old fillies in the Alabama. Just getting started at Saratoga, 1627 here. Victory Hall graduates, results, reaction, and much more. Victory Hall, Junior Alvarado in the second.
Say hello to Move. It's a 1-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Winning colors of last year's Alabama, Leah Farms Power Squeeze. What color will the statue be tomorrow? 2 races in the books. Winning rider Junior Alvarado with a Casse in the winner's circle.
As Victory Hall gets the win here, second asking, Junior, you rode her first time out too. She really seemed like she benefited from that first start coming into today.
Yes, she was very good today. She was more relaxed. I think the first time, she was very on her toes. I think she lost a lot of energy in the post parade before the race. And, she kind of missed a little bit of break the first time. And, we kind of teach her how to do it the right way. And I think that helped coming into this race. I worked her. She worked very nice. So she was very professional today.
The professionalism and the experience is certainly showing, but wanted to ask you about the Alabama coming up later. You're riding Kinsey Queen, who you've ridden in her last couple of starts. She's a deep closer. What do you think she has to do to potentially turn the tables on some of the other fillies in there?
It's a tough race. She's been running good, but I can honestly say that I haven't had, the last 2 times that I rode, I finished third with her, I haven't had the greatest trip with her. For a closer, you go on some things to kind of go still right for you, and I haven't been able to done that for her. So, hopefully, we can get that today, then we'll see if she's good enough to get there.
I look forward to seeing her, but of course I have to ask, I know you normally don't breeze in, but I know you said you watched Sovereignty working this morning, and you said you got to experience what a lot of other horses and riders have seen, which is watching him from behind.
Yeah, that was a new for me. I was working, it was supposed to be, half lane next to him and then kind of push him around a little bit, but I mean, the closest I could get was probably length and a half, and like I say, he looked like he was just like galloping there, like he's just a very good horse.
Cannot wait to see him next week, but congratulations here with the win, Junior.
Thank you, Casse.
Junior Alvarado aboard the Workmate this morning at Lafitte's, a different experience, but Sovereignty certainly looked like he's breathing fire for next week's Travers.
Imagine he gets a little possessive in those moments, like, no. I'm the one who sits in Sovereignty's saddle.
Yeah, me and Mr. Mott would have to have a long talk about that. Now, listen, a very able replacement in Neil Poznanski, who not only won the Sovereign Award as Champion Apprentice, won the Eclipse Award as North America's Champion Apprentice in the same year. So you got a good guy deputizing, one of Bill Mott's main assistants, but no. I want to be in that saddle.
Are we sleeping on any outsiders, long shots that have a chance to completely spoil and upset this thing this evening in the Alabama? All the attention on Good Cheer and the Casse trained fillies. Is there an outsider that is poised, that has the upside to pull off an upset?
Out of the ones we've seen race in North America, I think we've covered the bases. So I guess that leads me to Queen Azteca, who maybe, we don't know exactly the kind of company she's been keeping most recently, particularly in Sweden. But I like Niels Peterson, who was on set with us yesterday. She looks great. She looks like she settled in beautifully here. And if you go back and watch her UAE Oaks, she's never going to win that race and somehow got up.
Yeah, she's the unknown, right? I think the one is improving, Marjorie's Intention. If somehow everybody stings each other, she comes rolling late. I think that'd be the only time you're going to get an upset. These 3 fillies, one of them's got to fire, I would think.
It does feel like a massive discrepancy between the big 3 and everyone else, but it is horse racing, no such thing as a sure thing, and we'll see how it all unfolds this evening on Fox Saratoga, Saturday, the Alabama. When we come back, trainer George Weaver, what a summer so far, piling up wins, especially with those turf sprinters, ready to unleash another tough critic, first start since the Royal Meeting, and ready to roll in the Skidmore.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire, Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. El Cordovet will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Starlust! Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big Al. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch. The field is in the stretch, and it is Golden Pal in hand here with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Golden Pal opening up here by almost 5 lengths. Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes, and he did it impressively.
5.5 furlongs and a vapor trail. Golden Pal's maiden win in that 2020 Skidmore, Paul.
I mean, just phenomenal. I mean, he was just, I can't believe he lost his first couple races, which is hard to do. But like I always say, when they come back, it's like a gold star on him, and there was a gold star on Golden Pal.
He, right from the beginning, before that race, before he won for the first time in his 3rd start, Wesley Ward said, "This is the most talented horse I've ever trained." You'll see.
Well, I think that just really underscores the fact that some horses need a couple of starts to figure it out, all out, to put all the puzzle pieces together.
He went on to win from the 14 post.
That summer, so many stars that we saw, but you remember not in front of the fans during the course of the pandemic. And look, this is where this is all going, potentially, Richie. And horses that have ran in the Breeders' Cup, that have ran in the Skidmore, the last, 4 of the last 6 have wound up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Golden Pal, the one that won. So adding intrigue to the Skidmore this afternoon and where this all could be headed.
Well, absolutely, right? In a game that we're locked into the moment, we're always looking for the future, and especially with young horses, where they're going to take us, where we're going to wind up, what level.
Still waiting to see Schwarzenegger. Not just yet.
No, not just yet. But, there was a good list there. Oxymore was a very fast horse, but scratches in the race with the 1, 2, and 5, but a nice little 4-pack or 5-pack. And, Spirit of New York was going to be your favorite. But a Tough Critic could be a horse that you want to look at 6 to 1.
Yeah, Tough Critic, his debut. Richie, this was late April at Keeneland. Tough Critic, far, far back, and just relentless in the stretch.
We've seen how good George Weaver is with young horses, first-time starters, but a lot of them win flashing really good speed. Here's one who showed a whole different level by coming from off the pace, and I always think it's more impressive when a 2-year-old debuts coming from far back and winning the way he did. And he was a bit green, wanting to shift in, Flavien Prat having to correct him, and at the same time trying to go forward.
And Paul, the pace was fast, kind of a setup, like nobody else made up any late ground other than Tough Critic.
No, he was giant that day, and then George took him over to Ascot in the Windsor Castle. He was leading that field. It was crazy. So he broke sharp, and then he ends up leading that field, maybe where he didn't want to be, leading a group of 22 others around the racetrack, and obviously only 4 others today.
We don't worry as much about the international bounce as we once did at first start since the Royal Meeting for Tough Critic. Spirit of New York. The New York bred, Richie, and he was off the pace and given his cue, and watch him turn it on.
Oh, and he really did turn it on, and he got a big figure to back it up, a 73 buyer figure for a young horse. All to tell is the separation he put on a field turf sprinting.
Yeah, big separation, and Adam Rice and Jose Ortiz has just been a phenomenal combo. Michael Dubb now in the Elkstone group. This is a New York bred gelding, and got a bright future.
What are you expecting from him today, Richie?
I think he's going to be very tough to beat here, and I think he's going to sit a good trip. He won't be far off the pace. It was a very fast pace that he was a little further back on debut, but he came wide and he kicked on. I think he's probably going to set up shop in a real good stalking spot. Bobrovsky, named for the Panthers goalie. So I'm not a big fan of that, being a New York Ranger fan, although the guy was brilliant
Got a gift for you, another hockey
Yeah,
puck.
but you know what? I'll wing it at him. He'd catch it. But he's obviously, to me, the fastest horse early in the race. Bobrovsky, he just looks very, very quick.
The interesting horse is Malice. I mean, because that horse was supposed to be on turf last time. Lady Apple was a very good turf horse. Gets back on the turf, showed speed last time out, and then on the dirt wins, and Todd sticks the horse into this spot. That's the X factor. If that horse shows the early speed on the turf, going to be a big player.
Right before the Alabama, the Skidmore, always exciting for those who perform well. Maybe onto the Belmont Futurity, maybe Keeneland, and perhaps out west this fall for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Back to the live racing and this third race upcoming. Horses in the paddock. Start of the mandatory pay pick 5. And these $40,000 claimers a mile. Treaty obligation, even money with about 15 minutes to post as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock with this race 3 paddock report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, happy Alabama Day to you guys as we'll take a look here at your favorite in the paddock. He is coming off of a layoff. That's number 2, Treaty Obligation here for Linda Rice. Now, in his last start back at Aqueduct on April 17th, it wasn't an abundantly clear gold rail type of day where, you know, inside speed was just carrying. But watching that race, it was definitely a race as itself that featured horses running up the rail. In fact, the top 3 finishers spent an enormous amount of time on the rail, and that wasn't the case for Treaty Obligation. He was on the 3-wide hunt throughout. He came up tired, possibly also coming out of there with an issue. We haven't seen him in several months now. His races 3, 4, 5 back make him definitely the horse to beat. Can he get back to them? He does get the class relief here overall. He looks good here in the paddock, and he looks fit. He's a healthy horse. He's always carried his weight well. I do like the fact that since they've actually put the tack on him, he's a little bit more lively. He did come in awfully quiet for a horse that I have seen in the past just be a little bit more eager, a little bit more excited to get over to the races. So I'll watch him and how he warms up today. Another horse that is getting some class relief is number 5, Uncle Charlie's Gift, facing much better dirt sprinters in his last affair here at the Spa. For Nick Zito, Lane Leslie teaming up here, looking for their first win of the meet together. And Little Nye certainly flattered that race, coming back with a 96 buyer. Uncle Charlie's Gift, tough one to get out, was attending the pace and tired behind Concrete Glory that day. And I just think against this crew, he's so much more competitive. He's a horse that carries his weight, his conditioning well here for Nick Zito. And prior to that last start, albeit against some horses after the quote-unquote championship meet at Gulfstream Park, he's running very well. So I think the foes that he meets here in the paddock today will make him feel a little more at home, Lafitte.
I'm going to be rooting for Uncle Charlie's Gift like my old man was riding him, guys. Get one for Nick on Alabama Day.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Actually, we talk about the first person you see coming in the track. Well, the first person I saw anywhere today was Nick Zito. I was trying to get into Mrs. London's at a line around the block. And who joined me on the line but Nick Zito? And we were talking about that. So I'd like to see Lane Leslie and Nick Zito get a win.
Feeling good about it now. Feeling real good about it now as we circle back to the horse drawn inside and Magnolia Midnight. Your top selection, Paulie, representing Inside Speed.
Yeah, this is the horse to catch in here by far. I was going to use this horse to bankroll play, but when it's scratched down, when you're lone speed in a 4-horse field, sometimes the jocks don't really get away from the other group. So I was probably 1-2 in here if I had to. I'm rooting for Lane and Nicky, but I think the 1 could take this field gate to wire.
Biggest mistake a rider can make in these races with smaller fields that we reference as jockeys races.
They get away from a horse's strength by overthinking the flow of a race in a small field. If you have a speed horse, you don't have to send them, but don't rate them where you keep the closers in the race. Allow them to use their natural speed as their weapon. I've never understood why a guy will hold a horse up until a closer's in proximity of him or on top of him and then go on. So your strategy becomes, I'm going to outclose the closer.
Yeah.
No, the way you win on speed horses is allowing them to use their speed incrementally and slip away and make the closers chase you.
Nick Zito with Uncle Charlie's gift, getting him pumped up, giving him the pregame speech, trying to get that first winner of the summer, two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Nick Zito. And a heads up and a reminder where you can take home your share of $10,000, hit the late pick 5 here at Saratoga today, and split $10,000. Visit NyraBets.com to opt in. Updated rider standings, Alabama week. 2 weeks left. Travers next week, closing week. What it looks like currently with the Ortiz brothers, the separation they've created, and 4-win lead for Arad over Jose.
And I think they're going to go down to the wire. Jose's base of business got so much broader by him going to Kentucky, Fairgrounds in the fall, and he's kept his pre-existing relationships already in New York. So in the late waning days of this meet, he might have more horses to draw from than Irad, although they're both so popular and their agency, Russians, do an amazing job.
Yeah, I mean, listen, their 86 wins are better than the next 4. It's kind of crazy, but the business that Jose got, if you think about it, a lot of times Jose, when he goes and rides another horse, Irad picks up that other horse that Jose was on before.
Yeah.
So they're kind of mixing and matching, and it's working.
And Arad Ortiz, he'll be riding Spirit of New York a little bit later on in the Skidmore, a scenario that we saw play out around the Saratoga Special with Ewing as well.
Yeah, so Jose had already made a commitment, couldn't ride Ewing in the Saratoga Special. They named Irad. Jose's horse scratches, they switched. They put Jose back on Ewing, and now it happened the opposite way today with New York Spirit. Irad was aimed on somebody else. His horse scratched, so they took Jose off, put Irad back on. Nice to have 2 riders of that caliber that basically become interchangeable.
Well, when you're brothers, you can't. They do get heated up at each other. Listen, they're competitive as can be.
Sure.
But I think they're learning now to play this game with each other. And wow.
Playing games. Did you guys catch Car Talk yesterday?
Great. So competitive, fighting it out. And I'm going to tell you for the record.
Rock'em sock'em robots, hungry hippos, anything.
And they were going for it. It was for real.
Yeah.
My brothers wouldn't have taken off that horse and let me back on him.
They got
Ain't no way.
And see, my brothers are, kind of. Yeah, my brothers, like, don't get me, God rest in peace, but my older brother almost had me at knife point a couple of times. They weren't giving me no
my
rides.
brothers were in the jockey's room, if my brothers were in the jockey's room, there'd be a lot more fights in the jockey's room between me and them.
It's called our generation here.
The brothers Ortiz. Post parade shortly. Over to Maggie with 2-time Derby winning trainer Nick Zito.
That's right. Always a popular character here in the paddock. And Nick, as you correctly pointed out to me, well, Uncle Charlie's gift and Lane Leslie 2 for 2 together.
Yeah, they like each other. I'm happy about it, and he's a good kid too. He's a good guy, and Charlie's really he's special to us because my good friend named him after his uncle. Took him to the races. Yeah. A fellow named Charlie, so it was his uncle. So Uncle Charlie's gift.
I love it. He looks tremendous here. I think just meeting a field that he's far more competitive against.
Absolutely, and hopefully the race will work out. You know, it's supposed to. I tell you, as you can see, I was very confident. I said, Lane, a few horses. Get over, keep an eye on the race, and go again.
Here on Alabama Day, Saratoga TV, you've had so much success over the years in all these races, of course. Just to be up here on days like this, special, right?
Oh, you kidding me? See, this is what they call, it's funny, like we're part of today, we have a horse in, a live horse, thank God. And, it's electrifying. So for me, it's exciting, it's electrifying. You know, I'm going to tell you a story, too, about this horse. Uh-huh. He won on Florida Derby Day. Yeah. He won on Preakness Day, Alabama Day, 3 for 3.
I love it. He's a big day guy. Well, Nick, you go get him. Best of luck.
Thank you, baby.
Always the best. So much fun to catch up with Nick Zito, Lafitte.
The greatest. When the lights are brightest, that's when he shows up. Uncle Charlie's gift. New York Nicky, and see if you can get that first win of the summer. Post-parade, you saw Magnolia Midnight, then the favorite, Treaty Obligation, even money.
Yeah, you get Irad Ortiz here for Linda Rice. And Maggie made some good points about this horse not being able to race close to a good rail.
Stolen Base, number 4, next shy of winning 2 straight.
Good speed. Ricardo Santana sticks. Boy, he's riding hard. Tied for 3rd in the standings.
Uncle Charlie's Gift. Come on one time for Nikki.
Yeah, and for Jerry Caroom, a lot of people don't know Jerry, he's a character as well. So character for a trainer and a character for the owner.
6 is out. Alternate reality. Uncle Charlie's Gift. Race 3, mandatory. Pick 5 starts here. 6 minutes out. For Uncle Charlie's Gift, his last victory, 2 starts back, mid-May, Gulfstream Park, Richie, and Uncle Charlie's Gift. He was 16-1. Winds up on the wrong lead, but the right result in the end.
Yeah, but he got up. And you know, it's interesting how his figures have picked up now as a 5-year-old. Maybe he just took a really long time to fully mature, but like he's kind of lingering. You can see it's such a clear thing where he's on leading with his left foreleg, everybody else is on their right or proper lead, but he gutted it out.
Didn't cost him in the end.
No, this is back-to-back wins too. He won with Dylan Davis the time before that at 10-1. So pretty game horse. Last time you just got to draw a line through, and Little Knee was in that effort. That was a tougher group, and I don't think he liked any bit of the mud, and my goodness. It's Post Malone as a jockey.
All part of the festivities, the characters here at Saratoga on an Alabama Saturday. Nick Zito, is there a horse, a moment, a race? What's the first thing that comes to mind at the mere mention of Nick Zito for you?
Albert the Great. I won 4 in a row on him. Got beat once and got taken off. That's what comes to mind.
Tough game, man. Tough game.
It cost him the Travers. If he had left me on the horse, he would have won the Travers.
At least you're not bitter about it at all.
No, I'm not bitter. I'm just being honest. Listen, I was sitting there this morning online with Nick talking, and we're friends, but he made a big mistake that day because I knew the horse and he wanted to lug in, and he lugged into the dead rail. Cost him the race.
Yes, America. This is what Saratoga.
If you're still holding a grudge,
this
go ahead, Hitman.
I just want to know, that's what Saratoga does to grown men, America, right there. They get shirts, bowling shirts made. Wow.
Wow. And then you had Hitman. What was it? Post Time Malone?
Post Malone.
Oh man. Oh man. Don't look at Twitter for like a week. For like a week. Over to Maggie.
I don't know how I follow that, but we'll talk about horses, I guess. Kind of boring on my end here, but looking at your favorite, that is Treaty Obligation. I said I wanted to reserve judgment until after I saw him in his warm-up, and he has definitely come to life out here on the racetrack with your meets leading rider, Rod Ortiz Jr. in the irons, letting him chill out, take a breath, take a look around. I love it with these older, I should say, geldings. They're my favorite types of horses to ride in the morning because they know the deal. They know how to act. They know how to carry themselves, and this guy certainly has since getting out on the track. I think a strong and formidable favorite, but maybe with my heart, I'm going with Nick Zito here. But I do want to talk about the speed that Sue Paul likes. Magnolia Midnight, he stretches back out in distance after having to contend the early pace, going 6.5. It's just too short for him. He's a horse that does need the lead, I believe. And so Manny Franco is going to press the send button from the rail, and this guy is sharp. He's very much on the muscle. He's gotten a little hot out there, but that's okay. It's a hot day. Would rather a horse that is so dark like he is very dark bay, nearly black. They're the ones that potentially can struggle the most with the heat, so I like the fact that he's sweating like that. And two, it's what sharp speed horses do. They get a bit hot, so we'll see. Can he take them gate to wire, guys?
Pedal to the metal. Manny Franco and your top selection, Magnolia Midnight. Paulie, that's a tall
He's
individual.
not standing on a bench, no.
Hashtag tell me you're not a jockey without telling me you're not a jockey.
My goodness.
Wow.
On top of his shoulders would be a great seat in the house.
Here.
I think we got to get him on the jockey basketball team next year.
That was an exciting game this year. Jose Ortiz MVP. Manny dropped 23.
Yeah, I heard that was kind of a disputed MVP, though. A lot of people felt Manny should have been the MVP.
Yeah, Manny came up to me and says, the Ortiz brothers win everything. What's going on here?
Understandable. Completely understandable. Treaty obligation now 4-5. Now look at Manny Franco. Just a good athlete in general, Paulie, whether it is playing basketball, pickup basketball, slick fielding, shortstop, or riding thoroughbreds. He can do it all.
I think that was the best. When I first came over to NYRA, I remember Jose and Irad, they both had Jose Reyes clubs. They're big Reyes fans.
Yeah.
And Manny Franco came out immediately and said, nah, those two guys can't play. I can play. And I've had catch with Manny a couple times. He's legit. You can just tell by a guy by his hands just playing catch with him. And Manny's got very good hands.
I mean, how cool is that for Manny Franco, who had ideas about being a baseball player, but went to become a jockey, to have a catch with a four-time All-Star like yourself? I mean, that would be like if he took you horseback riding.
Yeah, and he would school me. That would be cool. I'd be down for that, Manny, if you go back and you listen to this. But yeah, you know, he's just a phenomenal athlete. You can see everything he does. He's very, very fit. If you watch him play basketball, he does everything right. He just looks natural at everything he does. And yeah, Mitch Levitas in my ear, very aware is very true. You have to be a good athlete to be aware of your surroundings.
Something that Maggie touched on these days. We have a lot of viewers that might not follow on a day-to-day basis. Hey, it's Alabama Day at Saratoga tuning in. What Maggie was discussing about wanting to see horses on a day like this, wanting to see them working up a good sweat.
So important on warm days for horses to sweat. Now, you don't want to see them lathered up or over the top, but you want to see them get a good sweat on because it shows you that their natural coolant system's working properly. Also, you don't see boxers coming to the ring dry, right? They've already got a sweat worked up. They're ready to go. They're going to go from a standstill to 35 miles an hour in 2 strides. They better be warmed up.
To kind of break that stigma, because it's almost an automatic knee-jerk reaction. A viewer sees a sweaty racehorse on screen or in person. Oh, well, there's a horse who's not going to perform well today. Could not be further from the truth, especially on days like this.
A day like this, if you see a horse that's dry, not sweating, throw the horse out.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to perform.
And like Maggie said, you'd rather see a wet horse that's a speed horse because you know that those engines are ready to go.
Filing into the gate, there's the favorite. Treaty obligation, 4-5. Nick Zito has number 5, Uncle Charlie's Gift. To Frank Miramati with the call. Race 3 from the Wilson Chute, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Stolen base goes in. Uncle Charlie's Gift completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start for them right across the track. And Magnolia Midnight is slightly quickest and is up to take the lead. Uncle Charlie's Gift, Treaty Obligation, is racing in third, and that leaves Stolen Base at the back of the field. So they swing on to the backstretch behind Magnolia Midnight, who will dictate the terms. Leading by half a length, Uncle Charlie's Gift in second, and then it's Treaty Obligation, a comfortable third. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Stolen Base is at the back of a compact field, where Magnolia Midnight takes him to the half-mile pole. He's been in front throughout and leads over Uncle Charlie's Gift. That margin a little more than a length now. Treaty Obligation drafting in along the inside third as they head toward the 3/8 pole. Stolen Base inching up outside of him. The half in 46 and 4 for Magnolia Midnight. Magnolia Midnight, Uncle Charlie's Gift. Stolen Base gets a nudge, trying to make a 3-wide bid. And Treaty Obligation is in fourth. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Magnolia Midnight, there's room on the inside for Treaty Obligation. Trying to get through now with 1 furlong to go. It's a narrow spot, but he's determined to do it. Treaty Obligation on the inside. Outside of them, Uncle Charlie's Gift. 3 of them across the track coming to the 16th pole. Treaty Obligation on the inside and Uncle Charlie's Gift. Uncle Charlie's Gift, Treaty Obligation. Treaty Obligation, a well-deserved W. Uncle Charlie's Gift was second. Magnolia Midnight third. Stolen Base was fourth.
Thrilling finish. Treaty Obligation crosses the wire in front. deep stretch, some bumping, grinding, trading a paint with Uncle Charlie's Gift. Richie, what'd you see?
I saw the treaty obligation slips through along the inside, and as he clears the one, Magnolia Midnight, he kind of veers out. Now he takes some of the ground, and it'll be coming up soon, of Magnolia Midnight, who is done, but I think he makes contact right there, with the
side
5.
swipe.
And you can see the reaction from Irad just to kind of put the whip away, as we're going to see down a deep stretch right here. Watch the 2 come up the rail. He's going to put away the 1. Manny's trying to lock him in there. He just can't. Now watch here late. Left-handed, comes out a tiny bit, corrects, left-handed again, and a definite bump there, close to the wire.
That was the one right there, and it was about a half a length to a neck. I believe this would warrant a disqualification, particularly because there was a similar situation yesterday, and they took a horse down for something very, very similar.
How much more inquiry, objection, everything's lit up as expected and blinking involving the top 2 finishers. How much more, percentage-wise, does treaty obligation come out than Uncle Charlie's Gift comes in?
I think Uncle Charlie's Gift, if you go back and look, kind of stays in his lane. And I just think the end of this race shows you. Irad Ortiz shows you his body language at the end of this race that he made a mistake. Because if you look at it, he kind of just sat up on the horse. The horse lugged out. And here's the problem that you have, Big. You hit the horse left-handed once. He came out, kind of shut off the 1.
Yeah.
You played with a little danger there. You hit left-handed, and danger happened.
Yeah, and just what you're saying, his body language then was like he grabbed his horse wrapped up. He knew that he had overdone it, gone over that line. Now, some people make the case that treaty obligation was, going to win the race regardless. But it was a pretty dramatic, bump there at the end.
It was a tremendous ride, first of all, by Irad to squeeze through that hole. Manny was trying to shut the gate, and he just couldn't. Now, the 5 has got the momentum, is right here, is in front. Now the 2 comes rolling up the rail, but this left hand right here, when you bump a horse sideways and it's that close.
I will say this, Lafitte. I do think Uncle Charlie's Gift had come in slightly before that, but then he was established his path and stayed on that line.
It felt like 80-20 in that regard, where the winner who crossed the treaty obligation coming out much more than Uncle Charlie's Gift, maybe coming in a path, establishing his position, and then just broadsided, and you can tell, I mean, he really took the worst of it.
He got broadsided, took the worst of it. Now it'll be at the steward's discretion. Do they believe it affected the outcome? I don't think you can definitively say it didn't, considering how egregious the bump was.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge.
Look at that.
It just, the bump is too severe. I just think when you get down to it, you can't predict what the wire was going to be, whether the 5 was going to be able to surge or not. What you do see is the 2 with a clear foul. You see Linda and Irad on your left, Nikki and Lane on the right.
In the middle of it all is Maggie.
And I eavesdropped a little bit on the conversation between Hall of Famer Nick Zito and Lane Leslie, and it was kind of like Nick was coaching Lane. He said, look, you got to tell him that you nearly came out of the saddle. You got to obviously sell it to the stewards when you're claiming foul and objecting here. So, look, I see if they took the horse down yesterday, who actually won by more in the turf race, the maiden 50, in which they took Saffie Joseph down and put up Michelle Nevin, the margin of defeat was closer here. And as Paul said, you could tell Irad knew that he came over because he stopped riding. And Uncle Charlie's Gift was able to kind of regain some of that momentum in the last few strides before the wire. So if they set that precedence yesterday, I don't see how this one doesn't change either. Lafitte?
Agree.
Maggie makes a great point. The optics. Now, if Irad rides that horse out and wins, whatever, but the optics was Nikki's horse was coming back on again.
Not to mention just dangerous. That's a solid check that treaty obligation delivers to Uncle Charlie's Gift. And it's not supposed to matter, Richie. We know that. But we know in the NBA and crunch time, whether it's star player treatment, certain players are going to get calls that others don't. Does it matter who's involved? That it's star rider Irad Ortiz versus Lane Leslie, who is still looking for a first win at the meet this summer.
It shouldn't matter. Honestly, stewards should have programs without any of the participants' names, owners, trainers, jockeys. You got to, rule on these things on their own merit and forget the players involved. Lane rode a good race. The horse came up inside him. He got knocked sideways. Horrible feeling on both sides of it when you're waiting for that inquiry to be adjudicated. If you're the one who won and your number's winking, you're dying 1,000 deaths there. And if you're the one hoping to be put up, there's so much anxiety involved, Paul.
Okay, let me ask you something. Irad knows he made a mistake. When you know you make a mistake, how do you make yourself believe that you still didn't make a mistake?
Well, you don't have to make yourself believe it. You got to make the stewards believe it. So then you get on the phone, and unlike other sports, you actually have a conversation with the officials.
You see defensive backs mug wide receivers all the time. I didn't touch him, man. What do you mean? But I didn't touch him.
I honestly...
That, like you said, the takedown yesterday, and the more, sometimes in these scenarios, the more you see a replay, maybe you'll change your mind. Maybe you'll see something you didn't see. The longer we look at it, the more egregious it looks.
I'm convinced that there will be a disqualification and a change in the order of the finish here, my opinion.
There has been a disqualification.
They made the change.
Number 2, treaty obligation, has been disqualified from first and placed second for interference with number 5, Uncle Charlie's Gift. The new result, first, number 5, Uncle Charlie's Gift, placed second, number 2, treaty obligation. Third one, Magnolia Midnight. And fourth, number 4, Stolen Base. 5, 2, 1, 4.
The disqualification, Uncle Charlie's Gift, the winner, 5-2-1-4. Not the way Nick Zito or Lane Lussey want to win their first race of the meet, but it's the first win of the meet after some drama. Uncle Charlie's Gift in the third at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Alabama Day. Well, after some drama, Uncle Charlie's Gift, He gets put up, rightfully so, and I'm pleased to be joined by Winning Connections, Nick Zito to my right and Lane Luzzi to my left. And I totally bombarded you guys during your conversation, during the objection and inquiry, and you said, Lane, you got to sell it.
That's right. Well, you know, people don't realize a crucial point in the race is crucial. So the horse is moving and you stop momentum no matter what it is, you know. Yes, the one was pretty good. I guess it was, you know, whatever. The one opened up the horse. The winner was pretty good, but so was Uncle Charlie. And, you know, stewards have to protect the integrity of the game. They have to protect the fans. And on both sides, no matter what. I've been on the losing side a lot that way, but I'm so happy, and he deserves it.
Lane, you and this horse get along very, very well. Talk a little bit about what transpired down the lane. And honestly, he just kept fighting for you.
Sure. You know, the two kind of snuck up the rail in the one, and that kind of changed things for me at the quarter pole. And you could see him kind of getting in there at the top of the stretch. And Uncle Charlie fought hard the whole way. I mean, as soon as we shook clear the one, we got a new battle on our hands on the inside. And that's when we got bumped real hard, you know, just push forward. And like Nick said, you lose all your momentum in the most important part of the race. So we took a shot, we got put up, and I think it was the right call.
Lane, we saw a couple weeks ago a 2-year-old that I'm going to assume you kind of liked, dropped you, was a late scratch. Your anger, your frustration came out. It can be frustrating up here. It's the toughest place in the world to win races. This has got to feel pretty good, some relief as well.
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of people put more thought into it than I did. I'm the kind of guy, it might not look like it, but I take one race at a time, and at that point in time, my job's to get the horse to the gate, and I was mad at myself more than anybody, but, you know, 5 minutes later, I have another race to ride, and that's what I'm worried about, so I put that behind me, and I'm just enjoying the ride.
We saw that from you when you got kicked last year and came out and rode the next race.
Yeah, you know, I signed up for this, so it's on me, but I'm enjoying it.
Well done. Really well done, guys. And Uncle Charlie, he loves the big days.
Oh, he loves it. You know, it's 3 for 3 now. Yep. Florida Derby Day, Preakness Day, and Alabama Day. God bless Uncle Charlie, and shout out to Jerry Groom and his beautiful bride, Kim. Yep. They're my good friends in Arkansas. That's a cool place, you know, Hot Springs, Arkansas.
I've spent some time there, Lafitte. I think with you as well.
There you go.
Been there a time or two. Richie spent about 2.5 months or so this past winter and spring. Great racing. Always enjoy heading down to Hot Springs. Always enjoy seeing Nick Zito in the winner's circle. When he wins, everybody wins. Another look at the infraction. Arad Ortiz disqualified. Lane Luzzi, first win of the summer. And look, just because he's not winning races, Lane Luzzi, doesn't mean he's not riding well, Richie.
No, and you know, the problem is, though, and Lafitte, we talk about it, confidence is key for all athletes. And when you're not riding horses that are good enough to be competitive on a regular basis, the tendency is to press, to try too hard, to try to make things happen instead of allowing things to happen. This win will help Lane so much, and he's very capable.
Paul, you talked about this at the top of the show. When you're in a hitting slump, that dying quail that falls in, a ground ball with eyes, right? Just getting on base and it being a hit, what that can do for your confidence.
It's giant for Lane, and I give Lane a lot of credit because he can go somewhere else and ride and be a good rider and ride in another circuit, but he's decided to stick here with his father as his agent. His father's won a lot of races here. I think a lot of people don't realize how many races his father won. Mike Luzzi here in New York, maybe only to the guy to my right, obviously, Richie, but you can attest how good his father was a rider, and Lane has gotten better and better. He just needs the chances.
Physically, Lane has gotten considerably stronger over the last 8-12 months, and Mike, a tremendous rider, tremendous competitor, a jockey's jockey. You know, riders know the guys who can really ride and that have earned respect. Mike is certainly a guy that earned everybody's respect and went through a lot of bad injuries as well. But Lane is almost like a carbon copy of his father finishing. It's amazing how much they look alike on horses, particularly now as Lane's gotten stronger.
I think we can agree that the right call was made, not the way Lane Luzzi, Nick Zito want to win their first race of the summer, but a win in the end. Race number 3 here at Saratoga. As we turn the page, it's always exciting. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Derby and Belmont winner Sovereignty. 5 races for freshmen this Alabama Saturday, and the 4th coming up next as our coverage continues on this Alabama Saturday. And for trainer Mark Casse, relationship with his father, his love for the game, generations of horsemen, the Casses. That story's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Elite Power for Frankie Dettori down the outside, but Elite Power sweeps down the outside of the 200, and Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin. Frankie Dettori for Belmont in the Jaguar colours that mean so much to this part of the world. Elite Power beating the second place Goodnight in third, running on Remake.
The power of Juddmonte.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
My father, Norman Casse, was one of the founding members of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company. My dad loves horse racing like I love horse racing, and we had a wonderful relationship that bonded around horse racing. And he was one of the worst horse trainers I've ever seen. I learned a lot from my dad, mostly not what to do.
Just say one of the worst trainers he's ever seen. Like, I haven't seen that feature just yet, Paul, but now I can't wait to see it later on this evening on Fox.
Talk about ruthless. That's being ruthless right there. But Mark actually having a little fun. He's a very charismatic trainer when it comes to it. He got his 4,000th win, and I think he's feeling good about himself. He's got 2 pretty good chances in the Alabama.
Absolutely. You know, I very close friends with Mark and his father, Norman. Watched his son Norman as a baby, a wonderful racing family, and his father was so innovative. You know, he was one of the founders of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company, and somebody that had vision. He was trying to get me to invest in a property in Ocala in the early 1980s, and it exploded as horse country. Somebody that really understood the game and had vision.
And yet, Mark would learn what to do by watching his father and not doing what his father did. Mark Casse.
Well, that's what Norman says, his son.
That story later on this evening. Fox Saratoga Saturday getting started for Eastern the Alabama. Also, man, so much going on this Saturday afternoon. Cross Country Pick 5. Monmouth, Race 5, the Islin, 3 from Woodbine. It's King's Plate Day. I think it's the first time in 20 years Casse hasn't been at Woodbine for King's Plate, but he has like 11 stakes runners or something. All wraps up with the Alabama Race 10, the Cross Country Pick 5 getting started very soon.
She feels pretty in that EP Taylor. She's 3 to 5. And then when it comes to the big race, the King's Plate, that's a tough group, my goodness. Good luck on that one.
See if she can rebound. That second place finish in the Diana earlier in the meet. Back to these 2-year-olds in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Maggie keeping a close eye on these 2-year-old fillies, and Chad Brown, Maggie, with a strong pair in here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, exactly. They're not taking that much money. We do see the firster for Todd Pletcher taking the bulk of the play, but just because they're the two that I laid eyes on first and they're trained by Chad together, we'll keep them together. Begin with the daughter of Practical Joke, number 5, Cognition, as there really isn't much pedigree to go on. And watching her workouts, she has been well in hand. They haven't been the fastest because that's generally what Chad does, is they all kind of remain on the bridle throughout their early morning breezes. But I did watch her one way back, the listed gate work on July 13th. She was a little bit slower out of the stalls, but then was going better late. And despite being a daughter of Practical Joke, she doesn't necessarily look like an out-and-out sprinter. There's some length to her frame. She's kind of tall and leggy. She comes in incredibly fit. Maybe she'll benefit from a start just to strengthen up a bit. But like I said, she's very lean. But with that in mind, I'm thinking that she's also going to want a little bit more ground, just based upon what she looks like here in the paddock, coupled with what she's shown me in her breezes in the morning. Moving on to Chad's other horse. Now, she's been preparing at Monmouth, number 8, Saratoga Party. So I don't know what she's looked like in the morning, but she's a daughter of Vekoma, who's so deadly first time out, hitting at 20%, very good with his dirt sprinters. She very much looks like a Vekoma. There have been 3 siblings to run, and out of 71 starts combined, the highest buyer that any of them posted was a 57. So that's telling you that there hasn't been much quality or talent. So we'll see if she has any. Nice frame to her, very professional, probably about 90% fit. She could tuck up just a bit more, but she definitely looks like the sprinter of the two. Lafitte?
Designed for the distance, perhaps. Saratoga Party by Vekoma, Spendthrift Stallion, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, trained by Chad Brown. 6 clear of Todd Pletcher, Linda Rice right there. Brown, who's on the last 4 Alan Jerkins training titles and 7 overall.
Strong and on pace to do it again. Todd Pletcher, Linda Rice having good meets. Miguel Clement having a fantastic meet, but Chad's got numbers too.
Riders up, right back to Maggie. Looking at Sun Kiss. Maggie, her full brother, a Saratoga Special winner.
That's right, Lafitte. Damon's Mound, in fact, a multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter, as she's a daughter of Gervin. Definitely has some size to her and some substance. I love to see that. Now, they have taken extra precaution to keep her very quiet in the paddock. Maybe she's a filly that, does tend to get a bit edgy. They kept her in the saddling stall. They kept a training saddle on her till they got the tack for Kendrick Carmouche. I have loved what I've seen from her in her morning workouts, as she may have broken a step slower in her last breeze, a 36 out of the gate with Tiger Rocket, who we'll see a bit later, easily got to him, galloped out way in front. She gives me the impression that she's a filly that doesn't want to let other horses by her. And from that inside post position, I think that's a good quality to have. Moving on to your favorite at 8-5 is number 4, Nona Teresa for Todd Pletcher and St. Elias Stables. There's a lot of pedigree. The dam, she was a multiple graded stakes winner going long, but none of the foals so far have been much on the racetrack. Also, it's a pedigree that suggests longer is better, and that's the vibe that she gives me here in the paddock. Incredibly laid back, a lot of length to her frame, very long neck with a lot of scope to it. So that in mind, she could be good enough to win here going the 6 furlongs, but I do think she'll improve when she gets a bit more ground to cover. Lafitte?
World-class connections. Nona Teresa, Gerard Ortiz DQ'd in the last race. See what he does on this first-time starter, Nona Teresa, in front of this terrific crowd. Alabama Day, there is Gerard. Mindset after a disqualification and going right back to work, Richie.
Got to turn the page. Can't dwell on it. You got other horses to ride, other races to ride. Put it away.
Quarterback throws a pick. Short memory, man. Short memory. Post parade. Sun Kiss. There she is, 6-1. Maggie loved what she saw.
Yeah, Michelle Lavelle, who originally trained Damon's Mound, owns a piece of this half-sister.
Amended Dreamer, a late-night stables, first-time starter.
Yeah, of course, for Jenna Antonucci, who's having a really good meet. Ricardo Santana in the irons.
And Nona Teresa, Vinny Viola's debuting homebred.
I'm sure named for Vinny Viola's wife, Teresa, and taking money. Vinny Viola, Stanley Cup on his mantle as well as a Kentucky Derby
Good
trophy.
to be Vinny Viola. Cognition, Seth Klarman's first-time starter.
This horse been working well in the morning. I would see her running a good race today at 6-1.
Tennessee Belle ran into a serious filly first out.
Ran really well out of the Grade 1 winning mare, Bella Gallanti.
All About You, number 7, 17-1, Brookdale Racing, debuting filly.
Yeah, working well in the morning for Kenny McPeak and Louis Rivera in the irons.
And Saratoga Party by Spendthrift Stallion Vacoma.
Tremendous stallion, throws horses with precocity. Not taking a lot of money for a Chad Brown runner, but I think you'd better pay attention to any Chad Brown runner.
It's a good race. Promising 2-year-old fillies, high-profile connections, well-bred prospects. The 4th next at Saratoga.
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Heads up next Saturday. The Travers, DraftKings Travers. And a reminder, tickets on sale now. Be here August 23rd when the nation's best 3-year-olds look to stake their place in racing history. Get your tickets today. Save $5 on admission at NYRA.com. This horse doesn't need tickets. He is the big ticket. Sovereignty. Working out this morning, exercising this morning, breezing this morning, preparing for the Travers, Richie, over at the Oklahoma training track. 5 furlongs, 101.82. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a horse that just continually impressed me. He seems to get better and better. It's interesting to see how Bill Mott, I thought, kind of babied him into the Jim Dandy. It was a prep. He won the prep. And how he's kind of upped the ante a little bit, putting him in company, letting him really finish his works, running away from his workmate. He's honing him, Paul, for the Travers.
Yeah, he's turning into a monster. He was already a monster, but you could tell by that work, man, just effortlessly. And he just looks like he's getting bigger and stronger. And, I mean, this horse right now is on a run that we haven't seen from a 3-year-old in a while.
They just better buy another bucket of blue paint for that canoe.
That's how they wound up with the name Wet Paint to begin with.
There you go.
A few years back. Sovereignty and the brave 3-year-olds ready to face him. Paulie, you can understand why you don't have an overwhelming field as far as how good he has been, in the belief that the version that we saw of Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy, we would see a better version in the DraftKings Travers.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the part is a lot of people will look at that race and go, okay, there's no speed for him. Well, that's the other thing Mr. Mott has gotten. He's gotten sharper from the gate, and I don't think he's going to let magnitude too far out of his sights.
DraftKings Travers next Saturday. Maggie, as we look at selections, everybody in agreement for this 4th race at Saratoga and what Sunkiss is showing you in the warm-up.
Yeah, Lafitte, we didn't get to show the 2-year-old report for this race, but behind the scenes knowledge, I was on the fence. Honestly, I wanted to try to get Sunkiss because I had really liked what I saw from her in the workouts, and plus there's the tie-in with Damon's Mound. But Bill Mott could not be found. And so I pivoted to my very good friend Jenna Antonucci as we'll get to her horse in a moment. But number 1, Sunkiss, like I said, I really like her disposition. She is a little bit green out on the track as Kendrick Carmouche has linked back up with the pony. He was giving some bucks when he took her away. She's a little bit light-mouthed as well. You see her kind of playing with her mouth. Bill Mott is a trainer that doesn't have the quote-unquote uniform where pretty much every horse will run in the same thing. He's very adaptable. He runs horses in all different types. So she's actually wearing a drop noseband with a loose ring snaffle. So trying to keep her mouth closed, but not a severe bit in her mouth. So watch how she acts when they break. Very much of a horse that a little funny with her mouth, as we like to say, as Jenna will send out number 3, Amended Dreamer. As she said, couldn't quite get into a race in Kentucky as she had been preparing this Daughter of Constitution down there. But I had the opportunity to watch some of her early breezes when she was at Keeneland, and she's another one that she's showed some speed in those works, and when the rider asked her, she accelerated quickly, so a quick response system. She looks like a sprinter. She's been incredibly professional. Now she goes up against the biggest barns that we have on the grounds, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Bill Mott. So of course she's going to be 17-1, but I wouldn't be surprised if this filly can outrun her odds. A lot of class that she has shown throughout, and plus she was such a snuggle buddy when I went to see her for that 2-year-old report. Moving on to number 6, Tennessee Belle, whom I'm going to land on. I think she finished behind a very talented filly, Tommy Joe, first time out. She's the only one in here with experience. I love the way that she's handled herself second time around. I think it's imperative for horses to be very calm in their second start. She has been just that. I think she ran incredibly well. She showed speed. She was able to sit behind horses and show that she has some adaptability and class. Don't be surprised though if she's quick again and she could find herself on the front end. I'm choosing experience here as she has finally clicked over to favoritism as the morning line would suggest. Lafitte.
Filly that beat her, Tommy Joe, trained by Todd Pletcher, Spin Away bound. Most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga closing weekend. Tennessee Belle 6-5 to Frank Miramati, 2-year-old filly sprinting 3/4 of a mile in the 4th on Alabama Day.
All About You and Saratoga Party to the outside. Saratoga Party backs away. Back in. And they're off. Tennessee Belle is out very quickly, and so is Nona Teresa. These two hook up right away. And All About You, a length and a half back in 3rd. They're followed by Sunkiss and Saratoga Party side by side. Cognition and Amended Dreamer. Tennessee Belle with a narrow advantage, now in front by a half a length. Nona Teresa is at the rail. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. All About You moves up now and claims 2nd. And Saratoga Party is a joint 3rd. Cognition inches up on the outside of Sunkiss. A big gap to Amended Dreamer. They're coming to the quarter pole. And Tennessee Belle, yet to be asked, leads by a half a length to All About You in 2nd. Saratoga Party. Nona Teresa is down on the inside. They're coming to the furlong pole. And it's Tennessee Belle letting it out a notch and opening up 3. All About You is trying hard in 2nd. They are followed by Saratoga Party, Cognition, and Nona Teresa, all left in the wake of Tennessee Belle. Tennessee Belle, ultra impressive, wins by 7 lengths. All About You was second, Cognition finished third, then Saratoga Party.
Running up the score, Tennessee Belle, no Tommy Joe, no problem for this Yopon filly who cruises to her maiden breaking victory in the 4th at Saratoga.
Very impressive, really compliments Tommy Joe, who was impressive when they met on debut. Yopon, incredible first crop sire, really kind of running up the score. And this is out of a mare, Bella Galante, who won a grade 1 going 1.25 miles. And this filly's running like this, Paul, going 6.
Yeah, an aftermarket mare too, who's basically a turf influence, but wow, Tennessee Belle gets the job done. The 7 ran a tremendous race first time out for Kenny McPeak, and I thought the 5 ran okay. She got left in the gate and ran on, but there was nobody beating this horse today.
Celebration in the winner's circle, trainer John Ortiz. He's done some damage at Saratoga with 2-year-old fillies in recent years. Bright Work, grade 1 spinaway winner, defeated Ways and Means, who was the odds-on favorite, didn't break that day. Bright Work took advantage, and who knows what might be next for Tennessee Belle. The way she won today, a bright future, Paulie, looking down the road.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she ran such a good race first time out. Tommy Joe kind of swooped her. She had the rail. She was professional today, and then even more professional, as you see the crowd loving when a favorite wins.
Let's get to Maggie.
Here with John Ortiz. John, I think your horse, Tennessee Belle, first time out, finished second to a really nice horse. She did what she was supposed to do today and destroyed this field.
Yeah, she sure did. You know, we were very confident bringing her in the first time out. We also knew that the other filly that was coming in there was going to be tough. Ran second to a great horse, but that just reassured us that we had a really nice filly in the makings, and we proved it today. You know, I want to thank Mr. Randy Boyd and his wife for an amazing opportunity, and I think we have a very wonderful future ahead of us.
Absolutely, and I always feel like your horses tend to get better with some racing under their belts. Talk about the future and where we might find Tennessee Belle next.
You know, I got that from Bill Mott. You know, that's my school, and I think Bill does a great job with his maidens, especially as they progress. You know, right now we're focused on getting in the winner's circle right now. So after that, we'll figure out what's next for her.
I don't blame you, but I don't blame you if you decide to dream big either. Congrats.
Thank you.
Guys.
We have to ask. It's the right thing to do. We want to see what's next, but for the time being, Paulie, they're just going to enjoy this one. Boyd Racing's Tennessee Belle.
You got to enjoy it. When you win by that much at Saratoga, things start popping in your head and you start dreaming at night.
The way she was pulling away from the field, and Joelle Rosario completely wrapped up on her late, not asking her for a thing.
Yeah, I mean, and she's got a stride that makes you feel like she's going to appreciate going further, and she has natural speed. Deadly combination, natural speed and stamina.
Belle Galante, Delaware Handicap winner at 1.25 miles. Her mother, Tennessee Belle. What great things are in her future. Joelle Rosario checking the rearview mirror. Nobody's coming. Tennessee Belle glides under the wire to graduate at the Spa.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
370 by 400 and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program Trading and Naval Power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M's. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At at the center of it all?
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Crowd comes alive when a 2-year-old filly does something like that. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Another look, Paul, deep stretch. Rosario keeps checking. Nobody's coming, man. You're clear. Tennessee Belle all by herself.
With all eyes on you today with social media, you got to be careful. You got to make sure you got the race won. But couple of looks, 3 looks there for Joel. He's showing off on the 3rd one, but congratulations. Joel's been riding very good, too.
Really, quietly, what a great meet Joel's put together. I mean, he's winning at a high percentage, and Tennessee Belle looks like she's got some future in front of her. I'm excited about that effort.
And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, you said that the pedigree is just fascinating.
I mean, you know, Yopon obviously is injecting speed into that pedigree.
4-go winner.
And he's gotten off to an incredible start as a first crop sire. And then out of a mare that was a grade 1 winner and one going 1.25 miles, that's exciting.
I think a lot of people should take note of that pedigree because we see all these monster horses like Zenyatta and you keep breeding them to tap it.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get a steeplechase horse. You need to breed like a Yopon whose speed infused into that stamina. And I think it's not the sexy thing to do with these big mares, but it ends up being the right thing to move in the long run when you have that speed up front, stamina at the bottom, or vice versa.
Best of both worlds, and looks like this filly got the very best from mom and dad. Tennessee Belle, onward and upward. We turn the page. Race 5, mini marathon, mile and 3/8 on the inner turf course. Allowance, updated odds with a 2-to-1 current favorite, El Siciliano at 2-to-1. And Paul, you have a bankroll play in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to take another shot with Cagalli. I think this horse actually took the field gate to wire last time. I think he can do the same thing again. I thought Ricardo Santana gave him a great ride last time. He's by far the pure speed in here. Now, is he facing tougher? Yes, he is. But I think he gets the front end. He's been hot in the claim box, and I think he's proven to get the distance. I know he hasn't had the buyer figures in a lot of these horses, but I think speed could prevail. He's going to be in front a long way.
Several defections. We have 7 left, but these are fun races to watch. It's the 3 turns, much like last Saturday's Sword Dancer, and you see how jockey tactics and strategy wind up playing such a vital role.
Oh, absolutely, and especially in a 3-turn race on the inner turf course. The trip you get, saving ground is imperative. You can't be wide on 2 out of the 3 turns, and ideally, you want to save ground on all 3, much like El Cordobas did in the Sword Dancer last week.
Godolphin has good cheer today in the Alabama. Godolphin has sovereignty next week in the Travers. All about Big Blue this summer at Saratoga. Alabama this evening. We'll meet the field. That garland awaits, that blanket awaits the winner of the 145th Alabama.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're here at the Brad Cox Barn, as I'm so happy to be joined by Miguel Martinez, who is the groom of Good Cheer. Miguel, thank you so much for joining us, first of all. How long have you been working with horses?
I've been working with horses since 2014, so it will be 11 years.
And you have some important horses in the barn, including Good Cheer, who won the Kentucky Oaks.
Oh yeah, she ran great. She did great on that day. Oh my goodness, it was unbelievable.
How proud were you? Because you spend a lot of time with her on a daily basis.
Oh yeah, but she's a really good horse to be around, you know.
Of course, getting ready for the Alabama this weekend has to be really exciting running here at Saratoga.
Oh yeah, she's feeling good. This morning she was, oh my God, I know she's gonna run really good. Yeah, last time we didn't have luck, but I know we're gonna have a good race. In the morning, you know, on the day that they're gonna run, you know they're gonna do good because they feel good, they show it. So they tell you before the race, oh, I'm gonna do great today because I feel good. And it's exciting, you know, going up there, knowing that your horse is gonna do good. I love it.
I don't know what Good Cheer is gonna do today, Richie, but I can tell you what Miguel Martinez thinks she's gonna do this after. That is one confident groom.
And I agree with him. Watching her train, I just think she's come back around. Her coat is great. She's training with energy, enthusiasm. Her weight is good, and he knows it. He's with her every day. The grooms spend more time with the horses than anybody. From 4 o'clock in the morning until they're put to bed at night, they're a horse's personal valet.
Well, we love these segments, getting a chance to know the grooms so responsible for the horses and how they continue to progress and eventually perform.
Yeah, and there is the bio on Good Cheer. I'll tell you this much. I'd rather take a tip from that man than the jockey and the trainer.
I'm with you.
As Richie said, nobody spends more time with the horses than the grooms. What she's accomplished, Good Cheer, her earnings over $1.7 million. Unblemished, perfect in her first 7 starts, that emphatic win in the Kentucky Oaks, and then the disappointment, the absolute no-show in the slop in the Acorn, Richie. So how do you think she responds to the first poor effort of her career, Good Cheer?
Well, listen, I mean, you can make the case that maybe she didn't care for the Saratoga mud, even though she's won on muddy racetracks before, but every muddy racetrack's different. Every track has a different composition. That being said, I really don't blame the racetrack for that effort. I think she was just a little bit of a tired horse, a little bit starched off a huge effort in the Kentucky Oaks, and she didn't throw her A game. I think you'll see her A game today.
I do too. The way the race sets up, I think Lacara goes to the front end, right? Nitrogen sits to her outside. They don't want Nitrogen to eat any dirt, especially for the first time being on a dry dirt. She's never eaten dirt in her life. So I think she gets kind of the stalking trip, and Good Cheer's going to get that ground-saving trip, you would think, if she breaks well. So you're going to see her best day. You'll see it.
Serious championship implications in this Alabama. The chase for a 3-year-old filly title. Good Cheer, the morning line favorite, naturally. Alabama, America's Best Racing's race of the week. 6 strong, top-class 3-year-old fillies. Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. Same distance as the Derby. Classic American racing distance, 1.25 miles. Our crew, our terrific crew, barnstorming. Let's meet these fillies, starting with Margie's Intention. She's a Black-Eyed Susan winner, Preakness weekend, 8-1 on the morning line.
Yeah, Louisiana bred, getting better and better with each start. Not bad in the Black-Eyed Susan winning that. Came back in the Delaware Oaks and was 8 wide. Needs some pace to run into.
Rod Ortiz, 2-time Alabama winner, 13 years since his first with Questing. There's Good Cheer, Godolphin's Kentucky Oaks winner.
Subpar effort from her last time. The rest of her resume is perfect. I think she's doing great coming into the race, and I think you're going to see the Good Cheer.
Last Kentucky Oaks winner to capture the Alabama Malathon in 2021. Number 3, Kinsey Queen, 3rd in the Delaware Oaks, and Black-Eyed Susan. Grade 1 debut.
Been behind Margie's Intention a couple times. I think Greg Compton brings this horse in with a lot of confidence, but she's really going to have to improve.
Does her best running late, tall order, but as you mentioned, good trainer in her corner, Greg Compton. Number 4, Nitrogen. She is explosive and dynamic. 5 wins, but 4 on grass, 1 in the slot.
And we're going to see if she can back up that lone dirt effort on a sloppy track against a 3-horse field, 2 other rivals in and off the turfer. But it was so impressive that we may see something very special today.
Had John Green on the set last week of DJ Stable. Mark Casse taking that first Alabama win, then Queen Azteca. And great to have Niels Peterson on the show yesterday.
Yeah, he was great. And This is a horse that started in Norway. I don't think we've ever had a horse started in Norway and has won the last race that she won was in Sweden, but she ran some good races in Dubai.
UAE Oaks winner in Dubai, then Lacara, dual grade 1 winner, wire to wire in the Ashland, wire to wire in the Acorn.
Well, she wants to go one way, and that's to the lead. And Mark Casse, a departure from what trainers usually talk about, he has thrown down the gauntlet. Every time she's in, he says, she's going to the lead. I don't care how fast you want to go. A lot of gamesmanship there. Her Acorn was scintillating. Just wonder if she doesn't regress a bit off that effort. I liked her better going to the Acorn than Good Cheer. This time I like Good Cheer going into the Alabama better than Lacara.
How confident are you she can bring her very best at the 1.25 mile distance, and assuming she makes the lead, wire this field over 10 furlongs?
Well, that's the dividing line, right? 9 to 10 furlongs. We talk about it with the Colts in the spring going to the Kentucky Derby, and I think it applies here just as well. She's going to be freewheeling on the lead. Nitrogen's going to be her closest pursuer. And she's from the same barn as Mark Casse, so they're going to be reluctant to engage too soon, even though they're different ownership groups. I think at some point, though, the race will heat up there. I prefer others than Lacara today because of the distance, and I just don't think she's quite as good as she was in the Acorn.
Grade 1 Alabama 145th edition this evening on Fox. Coverage begins for Eastern Fox Saratoga Saturday. Horses in the paddock, race 5. $50,000 allowance optional claimer, and time for the McMahon Thoroughbred Paddock Report. McMahon of Saratoga. Guy's going to walk right over the logo. Right over the logo. What's wrong with you? Over to Maggie.
What's wrong with that guy? Doesn't he know there's a logo on the ground? As we'll check in with the middle of the field, who they seem to be taking the bulk of the play, and rightfully so. We'll begin with number 4, Fuerteventura, who will add blinkers second off the claim here for trainer Rob Atras. Just a short cup cheater blinker. And what I find interesting about this horse is the disparity in figures. When you look at different figures, Beyer has his last race very high with a 92, probably because it was a fairly gapped out field. The winner winning by 3. He was in front of the second place finisher by 6.5. So that leads to higher buyers. But when you look at Sheets, for instance, because he had a perfect trip, number isn't nearly as good. Now, Rob Atras did bring him back quite quickly off the claim that day, just 10 days between his start for his former connections. So we'll see with a little bit more time, what does he do here today? He's a horse that has shown tractability, especially going this type of distance with those blinkers on. Could he find himself even more closer? I don't know necessarily, because he is just a laid-back type, that is for sure. But if you want the most consistent runner in this field, that is number 5, Il Siciliano, as he is your current 2-to-1 favorite. Big kind of hunk of a horse. I've always liked this guy. He's quite large. He always shows up, always runs well, and just a great coat on him. He's very healthy. I think he's incredibly logical as the favorite in here, though sometimes lack of speed gets in his way. And last time he did make a insane early move in which the eventual winner actually prompted him to go, and he went on with it, and then that horse took back and actually outfinished him to the wire. As we'll move on to number 6, Zverev, for Mike Maker. First start off the claim for him, and you know how dangerous Mike can be with these types of horses. He's a good looking type. He's very sharp in here. He's very forward. He is marching around the paddock here for his connections for the first time. He finished in front of Fuerteventura. 2 starts to go for that one, but last time that he met him, I think he is a very strong contender here in the paddock, and certainly looks the part as well, Lafitte.
Looks the part, but I can't say his name. Like, I can't say his name. We could have a simple name like his star mother, Balance. See, that was easy.
Balance was Zverev.
Zverev? Zverev.
Yeah, why not?
Zverev. We'll keep working on it. Il Siciliano, pictured here at 2-to-1. As Maggie mentioned, it's that consistency for her. This was her most recent, right here, mid-July. Similar competition, Paul, and Il Siciliano, look at this, a bold early run and winds up getting picked off late.
This is an unbelievable run. And, you know, Emil Jaramillo doesn't ride a lot here, but he's a really good jockey when he rides at Gulfstream, and probably wants this one back a little bit. But then again, he kind of was doing it effortlessly.
Yeah, I think Maggie said something that really kind of fit the bill, though. It felt like he got a little bit of pressure and kind of flushed him out of the pocket. You know, he had cover, and then when he got daylight, he took him there. And it's hard coming to a place like Saratoga, and I agree with you. Aramijo's a really good rider. You come into this room that's chock full of either they're in the Hall of Fame already or they're going to be in the Hall of Fame, and it's a place you're not as familiar with, and I think that this was a case where maybe his inexperience in Saratoga caught up with him.
I thought the horse was giant, though. I mean, my goodness, to sustain this run. And, you know, I call him EJ for short. He looked at the top of the lane, EJ, like he had a lot of horse. He even grabbed another hold of the horse. So we'll see what happens today. And it could be tricky because you're thinking, okay, now Luis Saez is aboard. Luis been aboard this horse twice. Look who he's lost to. Farbridge, Corruption. The other time, he lost to Corruption by a neck. So this horse is definitely a player in here.
Keeping serious company. So what should our viewers be looking for? Where would you like to see Luis Saez early on situated to maximize Il Siciliano's chances today?
Well, I think he needs cover. I don't think you want to be outside where he's pulling. Horses don't stay these longer distance like a mile and 3 furlongs if they pull too much. And just be patient. I believe Kigali, Paul, I wonder if you agree, is your pace setter.
No, this horse controls the race to one. It's just whether he's going to be fast enough. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I think Ricardo does the same thing he did last time, tries to slow it down. I don't know if he gets 114. If he can get away with 114 again, it'd be another theft.
100 to win, yes?
Yes.
Bankroll play for Paulie. Kigali, mile and 3/8. What's the biggest difference adjusting to riding in these types of races, these long-distance, 3-turn turf races?
Well, you've got to think about position. And even if you're on a closing type, you don't want to give them too much to do because these races are more about stamina than they are acceleration, turn of foot, saving ground. Critically important because of the 3 turns, tight configuration of the inner turf course, getting horses to settle. Whether you're on the lead or off the pace, you don't want them to get in the bridle and pull too much because they don't stay then.
Horse fighting rider, rider fighting horse, both wasting energy, just not going to work in this type of race. Mile and 3/8. Just saw Jose Ortiz, Dylan Davis, outsource pictured here. 2-1 on Il Siciliano, the favorite in this 5th race, this Alabama Stakes Saturday. Picture perfect Saturday afternoon. Great energy, great crowd, terrific afternoon for thoroughbred racing. And the call to post for this 5th race, there is Kigali and Paul's bankroll wager.
Yeah, I just like this horse's effort at a mile and 3/8 and one at a mile and 3/16 the Kentucky Downs. I think a horse that can go to the front end and be very dangerous.
Number 2, Ambition, a runaway maiden winner in Kentucky.
Yeah, both of his recent turf tries are very good. Interesting, out of a turf sprinter and a half to an innovator who is a good turf sprinter.
Speed, all speed. Then outsource, stretching out to a mile and 3/8.
This horse has been a heady claim and a good win. 2-back Johnny V is in Toronto riding a Mark Casse runner in the King's Plate.
Relaxed, laid back, Fuerteventura, second at 21-1, facing tougher.
Yeah, and adds blinkers today. Should be in a good position. He's a player under Kendrick Carmouche.
Il Siciliano, Luis Saez seeking a second victory. Date with good cheer this evening.
Yeah, 14 or 18-1 last time. Do you want to take 2-1 today?
Zverev, claim from Cherie DeVoe by Mike Maker.
Well, leave Mike Maker off your ticket, stretching a horse out to a marathon turf distance at your own peril, because he has made a career of doing that.
You're not lying. Number 7, Investment Mandate, graduated mid-July at Monmouth.
I thought another horse that was interesting. Got blinkers in the second start, and we talk about this a lot with Chad's horses coming from Monmouth. I just don't dismiss them. They come off that racetrack, and they run well here.
Good race. Fun race. Mile and 3/8 on grass in 5 minutes. And as always, the invite still stands with 3 of the biggest weekends still ahead in the midst of run right now. Here at Saratoga, get involved at Naira Bets. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. Back to Fuerteventura and Kendrick Carmouche aboard. This was his latest. Richie, July 30th, right here. And again, against tougher company, Fuerteventura, who stretches out and runs second at a big price.
Yeah, but he was making his first start off the claim by Rob Atras. Rob obviously had an idea that this horse would want to stay the mile and 3 furlongs, the marathon distance. He's back in today. Kendrick Carmouche, I thought, gave him a perfect ride, just came up second best here. But interesting, I had his blinkers. And Kendrick's a good horseman, too. So it gives me the impression that he went back to Rob and said, I really think blinkers will get this horse just a little bit more focused and get him where we need to be. He's a major player here.
Yeah, he's a major player. He's, 3 for 3 in the try with 2 seconds and a third. Make a good point. He's a 6-year-old. Not many times do you make a change on a 6-year-old. That's probably in career best form if you think about it.
And the bankroll play, 100 to win. Kigali, what is the key, Paul, to success for him today? What do you want to see early on?
I don't really care how fast he goes on the front end. You don't want to go too blazing, but he was able to go 1:14 last time. I don't think he gets away with that today. Maybe he does, going a mile and 3/8 again. But if he can just get away from this group and cut out decent fractions, 1:13, I still think this horse has got a big shot. It just seems like whenever he hits the top of the lane with the lead, those are the 2 wins I see on form, and I think he might have it again today.
Claim from Horacio De Paz, now with Norm Casse. Kigali, Maggie, what's he showing you?
He's actually acting so different today. Lafitte, he's generally a horse. Now, this is his 3rd start of the meet. So in his previous 2, one for Phil Bauer, one for Horacio De Paz, he was a bear to get the tack on. So last time, I, unfortunately for myself, said, I don't know how he gets a mile and 3/8 with the way that he's acting, but a brilliant ride by Ricardo Santana in which he went out to the lead. Another horse wanted it more. He settled beautifully in Ricardo's hands and had plenty left in the tank to see it out. Definitely a turf horse, but this horse did not make a peep back in the paddock, and that's not usually him. And even when I've seen him in years past for Phil Bauer, he was always a bit tough to get the tack on. As we'll move on to the outside with number 7, that is Investment Mandate. He'll come in here from Monmouth Park, in which he's completely devoid of speed in his 2 races for Chad Brown. He did everything wrong, I'd say, in his last race and still was able to win. In that, through the lane, he was lugging in, he was on the wrong lead, and still he was able to get up because he's just that big-bodied, long-legged, grinding, plodding type. And you know what? Those types generally like stretching out to this type of distance of a mile and 3/8. So definitely have some confidence with him, with what he showed in his previous efforts, with what he's showing me here physically, Lafitte, that he's going to actually appreciate this stretch out. He'll have to improve, but I think there's every possibility he does.
You feel like there's a higher ceiling, Paul. We're not talking about a 2-year-old, but an inexperienced 3-year-old. In just his 2nd career start, he won, but while making a bunch of mistakes. How much better will he be once he figures it all out, puts it all together?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that this is more of Chad going, this horse wants this distance more than the figures show. And that's very, very interesting to me as you see the crowd. Maybe they're getting their bets in on Naira bets.
Put your phones away. You're at Saratoga. It's Alabama Day.
But, Chad usually has a plan. So to me, he's running this horse because of the distance more than anything else.
That crowd.
It is a packed house, and it's getting continually bigger.
Every time we see horses in the paddock, we go to Maggie in the paddock. It just looks like that there's more and more people here. More like every 30 minutes or 20 minutes that we go back into the paddock.
When I was walking here to the set, guys, before the show started, before the first race, I was like, wow, we got a big crowd. And if it's that big that early, it's going to continue to swell right up till the Alabama.
You're getting a big crowd when the best seat on the house is on Daddy's shoulders, and everybody behind us is yelling, "Hi, Mom."
This crowd, nothing like the Saratoga fan base. More than 1 million every summer who visit. They are here early. We see those images of the people rushing through the gates as soon as we open for that prime real estate in the backyard. And just something you don't see at most racing venues. Before the sun comes up, a line down the street for people trying to be in place to get the best seats in the house.
It's fantastic. And isn't it fantastic that we get to cover the best racing in North America throughout the entire year here in Saratoga, and the best and most enthusiastic fans.
As we get closer and closer to the marquee event, Alabama, a little bit later on, coverage begins, Fox 4 Eastern. We had that shot, that image of the rail being out and where it's placed. How does that change how the race is going to be, how it's going to unfold, and tactics for the riders?
I think saving ground becomes even more critical because it's even tighter, right? You got the rails out on the inner turf course. The turns are tight to begin with. I want to save all the ground I possibly can. And I guess these rails are coming down Wednesday.
Back to zero.
Back to zero, yeah.
Back to zero. It will benefit the one. Usually speed is a little bit better when the rails are out. And there he is going in the gate, Kigali.
Turf marathons longer to remain patient when others start moving, and you know that for you it's not quite time just yet to press the button.
Well, if you cover it up, you don't feel more compelled to kind of get flushed out of that pocket and go. It takes discipline. If you're riding well, you're patient and you're disciplined.
Fun race, mile and 3/8, 3 turns on grass. Zverev at 5-2. Frank Miramati with the call, the 5th on Alabama Day from Saratoga.
Just hesitating briefly. Goes in. Zverev will be second to last. And Investment Mandate completes the lineup. Goes straight in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Kigali bounces out very quickly. Fuerteventura will go right after him early on. They're followed by Ambition, and Zverev is 4th, 6 lengths off the new leader, Fuerteventura, who was intent on getting to the front. So Ricardo Santana takes a hold of Kigali and will sit in second, although Kigali is a little keen. 3 more lengths, Ambition and Zverev are racing right next to one another as they enter the stretch for the first time. It's another couple of lengths back to Outsource. Investment Mandate second to last, and Il Siciliano at the back. The quarter went in 25 seconds flat. Kendrick Carmouche and Fuerteventura cruising along up top with a 2-length edge on Kigali, who has settled a bit, now second. Then it's Zverev third, racing on the outside of Ambition. 2 more lengths to Outsource, followed by Investment Mandate and Il Siciliano. It is Fuerteventura who goes a half in 50 seconds flat. Kigali a length and a half back in second. Then comes Zverev in the clear while third, inching forward. And just inside of him comes Ambition in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Investment Mandate is next. Outsource inside of him. Il Siciliano has trailed throughout. Down the backstretch, Fuerteventura with a 2-length cushion on Kigali. Now it's 3. At the rail, Ambition reclaims third. Zverev is in 4th with the yellow cap. On the inside of him comes Investment Mandate. Outsource, Il Siciliano. They take closer order moving into the far turn. Fuerteventura, Kigali, Ambition. Zverev is in 4th, followed by Investment Mandate, who's 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Il Siciliano is out of last, hard-ridden 6 lengths off the leader. As they reach the top of the stretch, Outsource trails. It's Fuerteventura trying to sprint for home. On the inside, Ambition. Kigali, center of the course. Zverev with 1 furlong to go, and Il Siciliano is picking up some momentum late, coming to the 16th pole. And it is Fuerteventura all out. Zverev coming after him now. And Zverev collars him coming toward the wire. Zverev just in front. Here is the line. Photo finish between Zverev and a tough Fuerteventura. Those two hit it right together. Il Siciliano and Outsource were close too in a driving finish.
This crowd erupting. Fireworks in the stretch. Zverev, Fuerteventura battling to the wire, hitting the wire simultaneously.
It looked like they were going to swallow the 4, Fuerteventura, and the 6 gets by him. It's Everett on a strong handling by Irad Ortiz, but Kendrick Carmouche gets Fuerteventura fighting back, and it's a head bob here. it looks like the 6 got it. Zverev, but quite a horse race to go mile 3/8 and to be separated by inches.
Kendrick did an unbelievable job. He was able to slow this pace down to 1:15, 1:39. And you can see the 6 does get up in the shadow wire. They put it up 6-4, 5-3. I mean, the 4 just had a lot left because of the pace. Blinkers were on, showed a ton of guts. And I thought down the back stretch that, okay, Ricardo's doing the right team. Let's turn this to a 1-horse race. He had no finish left, and the 4 did. 6 had to work for this.
Fuerteventura, Maggie told you, laid back pre-race, all business on the front end, nearly stealing this thing, but Zverev had other ideas. You were saying something about trainer Mike Maker first half of the claim?
Right.
He claims the horse, and he stretched him to these marathon distances, and they just keep finding. This horse was caught wide pretty much throughout, was under a drive from about 3.5 furlongs out, and just kept finding.
It's unbelievable what he does. I've said this multiple times, and a lot of people, you'll know this, Mig. Michael Maker he learned from the late, great Mike Mitchell, because Mike Mitchell did the same things, would claim horses for 35, 50,000, and Phil D'Amato learned under the great Mike Mitchell. Now he's the best turf trainer out in California. But Mike was phenomenal at doing this, and Mike Maker, my goodness, he does this time after time, and you said it in the post-parade, Nick.
Man.
Mild-mannered, man of few words, hell of a trainer.
The only person I've ever seen Mike Maker open up to and actually have a conversation with on camera and make jokes is Paul LaDuca.
This guy.
We exchanged postcards. I'm sorry that we are good friends, and everybody
we're
is jealous of that.
Man. We're jealous.
He's such, I put him as, he's Todd Pletcher 2.0. Todd is a little bit more charismatic, but they're both funny dudes. Like, if you got those 2 guys in a bar together, you're going to laugh a lot.
Rave reviews from trainers that have horses by Oscar Performance. What a terrific stallion. That's Arad Ortiz, brother Jose Ortiz. That was his first ever Breeders' Cup win, was aboard Oscar Performance in the 2016 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf out west. Zverev by Oscar Performance strikes. Maggie zeroing in on this one, and at 5-2 at post. And what a finish. Kendrick's trying to steal this thing. Fuerteventura, but here comes the leading rider, Arad and Zverev in the 5th.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 hosts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down $270,000.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Exciting, exciting 5th race. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. Zverev Gerardo Ortiz, life of a jockey, disqualified earlier. Back to the winner's circle. Winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. You believe it's been 13 years since Gerardo Ortiz won his first Alabama? 13 years since questing.
Wow.
How'd that happen?
Pretty incredible. You know, honestly, the guy's ridden a minimum of 300 wins a year for the last 10 years and on pace to do it an 11th time. And he's also was just named the Mike Venezia Award recipient yesterday.
Incredible honor. 5-time Eclipse Award winner, Maggie, and he'll try for a third Alabama later this evening. Maggie with Gerardo Ortiz in the winner's circle.
I can't believe it's been 13 years since you won the Alabama on questing. I remember right there in this winner's circle, you saying to me, Maggie, I don't know if I can do this interview. I said, it's me, we got this. And look at you now.
I mean, thank God. It's been a good run, good ride. Thank God. Remember that questing was my first big horse. Kiaran gave me the opportunity and Godolphin. And she was a special filly.
She really was. She was so cool. You'll be on another filly today, Margie's Intention, the other Brad Cox, if you will. You've been on her in the mornings, right?
Yes, I worked her once. She was really good with good share, so she's a nice filly, and I think the distance is her thing, so let's see.
Yeah, I think she's really intriguing in that spot, and also kind of re-picking up your mount in the Skidmore with Spirit of New York from your brother kicking him out. No, I'm kidding. As your horse Scratch. But a horse that I know he's a New York bred, he dominated first time out.
Yeah, it was really cool, very straightforward. Got lucky to get back on him today. Adam kept the horse. The owners put me back on the horse. I'm really happy to be back on him. I think it's a nice horse. And let's see how the race set up.
Exactly. Zverev here, very game. Mike Maker's so good when switching, when claiming these types of horses.
Yeah, especially in this kind of distance, I think he's pretty tough. I mean, he brings the horses ready all the time, but I feel like they run so good on this kind of distance, mile and 3/8, mile and a half for him. They show up. So I rode it with confidence first time off the climb for Mr. Maker, and we get there.
You got there for sure. Hopefully you get there a couple more times today. Best of luck.
Hopefully, Mike. Thank you.
Guys.
We learned yesterday, Gerardo Ortiz really good at beer pong and twister as well. Questing Fall, who is trained by Kieran McLaughlin. And this is way before Gerardo Ortiz was Gerardo Ortiz, and the fact that Kieran wouldn't hesitate to give young, promising riders opportunities on big stages.
Yeah, I think the other part is Godolphin. It's like playing for the Yankees. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. You got the blue on your back. There's got to be more pressure, no, Ming?
Loved walking out to the paddock in them blue silks.
Gives you confidence, right?
Yeah, you knew you were riding something good. I couldn't wait. When I was working for Godolphin late in my career and riding a lot of their horses, couldn't wait to get up in the morning and get to the barn. I would have my boots polished and laid out, my flak jacket helmet laid out, like I was a 15-year-old kid again, getting ready to go to the track, because you knew you were going to sit on some classy individuals.
And what was it about Kieran that he wasn't always looking for the big name? It didn't matter. The young, aspiring riders he would give these opportunities to.
Kieran's a student of the game, and he doesn't have to just look at who's leading the standings. He can identify talent, and he's done that consistently. So now that kid's a rider, and he's ahead of the curve, and he'll give them opportunities. And then, obviously, look how good he is. You know, so he's somebody that can watch a race the right way and definitely identify young talent.
Zverev, and that you were talking about the Ammerman pedigree by Oscar Performance, the mother Balance, Santa Anita Oaks winner, right? A favorite in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah,
Santa Anita Oaks winner, and the half sister to Zenyatta.
It's David Flores. Here's the crazy part. David Flores rode both of those horses first time out. Zenyatta and Balance, won on both of them.
Wow. Remember how Mike Smith got them out? On Zenyatta, it was David Flores opting to ride
El Gato Malo.
Well done. And a Derby prep, and the rest is history. Here at Saratoga, getting closer to that Alabama this evening. Coverage begins Fox Saratoga Saturday 4 Eastern. Turning the page. Paulie, who graduates in this upcoming sixth race more? Two-year-old turf sprint.
Tough field. I heard a little birdies told me Santina can run. But Wesley has 2 horses in here with Sadie Earp. Frankie Dettori makes a sighting here. I thought BB Doll was interesting. And the 9 on the outside, Michael Trombetta doesn't really ship horses in unless they have a meaning. I thought that was another horse. This is a wide open group again.
Trombetta brought in a pretty good one yesterday. Future is now back-to-back. And he's smart and fancy. Who did you come up with this one?
I'm a little bit interested actually in the one, Bodacious Queen, because we just talked about pedigree and how you have to inject speed someplace. This is a horse by Munnings, this filly. You're going to get speed there. Out of a mare that was stakes place going 1.5 miles. And now she shows up here in a 5.5 furlong turf race. Thought that was interesting.
See if it all comes together. More freshmen, more 2-year-olds in the turf sprint next at Saratoga. Winning colors. Leah Stable, a season ago, Power Squeeze. We'll do some counting, go through the history books, revisit the stats over the decades and decades of history in the storied Alabama.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
We can't necessarily have horses talk to us and have them tell us how they're feeling. We need to be able to read their body language. There's some positive and negative behaviors that you can observe in the paddock to give you an inclination of how a horse is going to perform on a particular day. Yeah, here we have a horse that is just doing way too much. And you can tell that she's a bit of a nervous type. She's hot, she's a bit lighter framed. And so horses like this, I just find don't necessarily, literally, have enough energy left in the tank to see out a race. So as you take a look at the 4, you can tell that he is tugging at his groom, and just that forward posture, that forward demeanor is something I like to look for with horses, especially ones that on form have shown speed, because that generally translates to gate speed. Here we have an example of a young horse who is green. He is overreacting to his surroundings in the paddock, meaning that he's not focused and not used to the proceedings that happen before a race. He's going to need to start to learn to relax and harness his focus. Hey, taking a look at this horse, this is really good behavior, and this is a young horse. She is nicely on the bridle. She's accepting that contact. So in tune with her handlers, well behaved, just doing everything like a professional athlete.
Segments have been terrific. What to look for in the paddock, behavior. We'll check in with Maggie in a moment. There's Santina. Richie, behavior was an issue in her last race, her debut that she didn't get to make. She's a first-time starter, but she flipped in the paddock and had to be scratched.
Yeah, I'm sure they've schooled her extensively, and the fact that they've got the pony with her, you know, a little company there, a steadying influence.
Santina at 7-2, who is training well for what will be her
she's
debut.
training monstrous in the morning. And we'll see what happens here in the afternoon. Looks like she's acting a little better. I like to see what Maggie likes, what she sees.
Yeah, Maggie, she seems more composed this afternoon, we hope.
I'm going to whisper because the last time I tried to open a paddock report with Santina, she did it right on cue as soon as I started talking about her. But luckily, they have the tack on today as she has been saddled with the accompaniment of Wesley Ward's stable pony, and she's been so far so good. Perfect little angel here in the paddock as she opened up taking a lot of money in that last start she was supposed to partake in, and she looks incredibly fit in here as she has had several works that suggest there is some quality to her, especially on the turf course, as she is by McLean's Music, whom I love him with turf sprinters. And there's also the Dam won her lone start, which was on turf. The one-half sibling was 0-2 on the turf, and there's some dirt pedigree in the second generation, but she definitely looks all turf meant, as those works would suggest. Massive hoof on her, very slack pasterns, and like I said, I'm so pleased to see her behaving well here. We'll see. Does she have speed? Her works say yes. She is very calm and quiet, though, here in the paddock. Moving on to number 1, Bodacious Queen. She looks fast. She is a ball of muscle. I mean, her hip and her shoulder are so round and so well developed. She's just everything you look for in a sprinter. So she sold at the OBS April sale for $80,000 after working 10 flat, and that's exactly what she looked like in that workout. Just a very rapid, quick stride. Whee, feeling good. And she lowers herself nicely into stride. So we'll see how she negotiates the turf here, where there isn't an abundance of it. Well, actually, the Dam, she was great at stakes placed on the turf, though never having won on it. She looks like she should handle it, but she's not overwhelmingly turf meant in here. So some first-time starters that, at least so far, are making good impressions, Lafitte.
All right, see if she handles grass. Well, is she as quick out of the gates as her appearance? Bodacious Queen. There's Keto Drink. For Shug McGahee, just saddled an Arlington Million winner last week. Keto Drink. Revisit her debut July 10th here. Same level of competition, Richie. Keto Drink. Far back and finishes behind a really good filly in Cy-Fair.
Yeah, I mean, she finished best of all. She was covering a lot of ground late. And what do we talk about with Shug McGahee, the Hall of Fame conditioner? He doesn't crank a horse up to win first time out. He develops a horse for a career. So you got to think that there's going to be a step forward here from Keto Drink.
Yeah, I would think so. It was a good effort. Didn't break out of the gate that well. Drew the one post. And, Junior had to back this horse up and just deal with the consequences. But I thought she ran on well. She's going to have to break a little bit sharper today, obviously, and stay intact with the leaders.
If nothing else, Maggie doesn't have to tangle with the likes of Cy-Fair this afternoon.
Yeah, she was very impressive. We'll see her tomorrow in the Bolton Landing. And Keto Drink, she was quite slow and kind of just green to begin that race. And then once she finally found her stride through the lane, she really kicked it into high gear. Now here in the paddock, she was a little obstreperous to get the tack on. Nothing too bad, but like I always say, it's interesting that they know what's about to happen. So sometimes you get them a little overexcited. she has chilled out since, so I think that's a good sign overall. She's one I actually really want to watch in the warm-up. I didn't necessarily love the way that she started off that warm-up in her last start, so I will likely circle back to her as she is a legit player based upon her first effort behind that very talented George Weaver runner. Coming in from out of town is number 8, Bibi Doll for Jorge Delgado, and she went all the way over to Royal Ascot to partake in the Albany Stakes. I will say this, the winner actually looks pretty good. Group 2 winner subsequently after that Grade 3 win at Newmarket. So maybe some quality to it. She broke well, as American horses do tend to, in England. She was there until about the last, I don't know, 16th of a mile, and then she just kind of got overtaken there. And looking at her, she is one that certainly looks as though she should be quick, but a world traveler, she is acting very classy here in the paddock. I like her physical development. She's very strong. I think that she should be formidable in this spot. Currently 3-1, Lafitte.
Back from the Royal meeting, showing class, Bibi Doll. And here's how she wound up there somewhat. Her first outing, Royal Palm Juvenile Fillies, May 10th, Gulfstream, Paulie, best Doll, Bibi Doll. She doesn't win, but on the strength of that effort, she did wind up at the Royal meeting running in the Albany.
Yeah, she ran well in this race. She was 5 1/4 clear of the second place finishers. She got slow in the stride and made up some ground. And that's the reason why they went to Ascot. And she split that field at 66-1. So not a poor effort. Jorge Delgado, 23% when it comes to turf sprints. So obviously a dangerous horse in this spot at 7-2.
Riders up. And even with 2-year-olds, it's not a conversation, or at least something we focus on as much, Richie. If this was 20 years ago when horses go to Dubai, you're worried about the dreaded Dubai bounce. Will they ever regain their best form once they return? These are 2-year-old fillies going to the UK and back, and it isn't part of the equation any longer.
Now technology has just gotten so incredible that the world's gotten smaller, and it's easier to ship horses around the world. They don't seem to suffer the same effects of as much dehydration and different things, and they've just kind of perfected it over time.
Back from the UK, and then Paulie, what we saw yesterday, Inner Glory number 9, trained by Michael Trombetta, and Future is now. The consistency, the talent, with Paco Lopez going back-to-back in yesterday's feature, the Smart and Fancy.
This horse is so sharp right now, and I don't think 5.5 is obviously maybe best distance, but it seems like 6 furlongs, it really doesn't matter. His tactical speed, and you got to give Paco Lopez credit. He's ridden this horse to perfection.
She's good. I'm a big fan. I'm just a big fan.
Yeah. 2 stakes wins this summer. Paco, yesterday in the Smart and Fancy back-to-back Future is now. Post-parade, Bodacious Queen pictured at 9-1.
This is the one that Maggie said ran 10 flat in the OBS April sale, could be quick out of the blocks.
Santina, see if she's keeping it together. Don Alberto stable debuting homebred.
Daily Racing Form Clock Report very strong on this filly. Mike Welsh, Don Harris, Mike Vesey, and Dave Grenig, they do an incredible job. It's a great tool.
Keto Drink, 3rd to Cy-Fair in her debut.
Yeah, 5-2 today, but she was giant first time out. She gets in the rhythm today. That's why she's the favorite.
So it begins, lots of room to improve.
Has to improve dramatically by Caravaggio, one of the most beautiful horses you will ever lay eyes on.
Pisces Moon, feels like deep water for her.
Another one that's just going to really have to improve off of that first effort.
Sadie Earp, another who chased Cy-Fair July 10th.
Yeah, it was on the chase with Victor. Now Victor jumps to the first-time starter, and Frankie Dettori will be on the 7.
Bibi Doll, 3-1, back from her Royal Ascot adventure.
Making her 3rd start, but her first start in a maiden race. She's raced exclusively in stakes races up to this point.
Going to be wondering where the other 37 horses are. Inner Glory, second at Colonial in her first outing.
Yeah, it was a 12-horse field. The Colonial Racing, obviously not as sharp as here, but they're still running for $97,000. So I think there is some substance with this horse at 7-1.
Freshman fillies sprinting on turf. Keto Drink 5-2. The invite to get involved with 3 big weekends in the middle of Alabama weekend. Still ahead this summer at Saratoga. Sign up NyraBets.com. Use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. Santina, there she is on her toes. And both of you going with her today, expecting her to graduate in her first asking, assuming everything, she keeps it together for the next few moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's Wesley Ward with a first-time starter coming in with a fast work and a great clocker report from the Daily Racing Form workout report. I think there's a lot to go on there.
I think this is a filly that it really doesn't matter. She's been working sharp over the dirt at Keeneland. She came here and worked blazing over the turf. It's just whether she gets out of the gate, and usually that's never a problem for Wesley Ward horses, but let's not forget, she did get scratched last time by acting up. Looks like she's acting a little bit better today.
Giving Victor Espinosa an opportunity. Wesley Ward, 3-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey, Triple Crown winning jockey with American Pharoah. Almost, we're getting close to the 10-year anniversary. American Pharoah came to Saratoga, became Saratoga, ran in the Travers, only to be run down late by Keen Ice in front of 50,000 shocked racing fans.
Yeah, you know, I often wondered. He came out and galloped a day or two before the Travers, and a huge crowd showed up, and he might have done a bit more. He was galloping about 15 seconds an eighth the entire way around. That's a 2-minute lick, right? You go every eighth in 15 seconds, you're going to hit 2 minutes exactly. And I just wonder if he just maybe did a bit too much.
Did we put enough on the two? By the way, Javier Castellano reminds you every day because he drives in his nice car and his license plate says Keen Ice.
One of his 7 Travers wins. Castellano, the all-time leading Travers jockey. As we're now 3 minutes out. Megan, what are you seeing from Keto Drink, who is the 5-2 favorite?
I keep doing that. I'm so sorry. She is warming up much better. I like the way that she's moving second time out here as opposed to her first start. And Junior Alvarado giving her a nice big warm up, really getting her moving. So hopefully she gets out of the gate a little bit better because I think that really did her in her first start. Just not being able to get out of there, not being able to use herself properly within the first eighth of a mile. So I think he's trying to, get past that. And like I said, moving much better behind today than what she did first time out. Number 4, So It Begins, daughter of Caravaggio. And I know, 28-1. Where are we going here? But she's one that I did like first time out because she obviously, with that pedigree, looks totally turf meant. I guess we're trying to find her on the racetrack as of now, but she just looked incredibly heavy, and it seems like Tom Proctor doesn't really have them cranked up overall. So she is a little bit more tucked up as we see Bibby Doll kind of acting up there a little bit on track, and hopefully we can find number 4, So It Begins, so we can see what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to be able to stall much longer. There she is. Still probably needs to tuck up just a tad, but this is a significant improvement from her first start as far as fitness. And I like the fact that she's calm, cool, and classy acting here today. Look for her to improve. She'll have to improve a lot, though. Moving on to number 9, In Her Glory. Made it close, I would say, and going 5/8 first time out at Colonial, as you heard the guys say, in that really big field. She took a while to get going. She wasn't the quickest into stride, and it was a very strung out field going around the turn. She started moving in closer, made a wide bid, and then she wanted to lug in a little bit in the lane. And once she got herself straight, or Jorge Ruiz got her straight in the lane, she kicked on again. The problem was, though, she was beaten by a 43-1 shot. So I don't love that, but I'll say this. She's moving very well. She's a very good mover. She's awfully petite. There isn't much of an engine. I wish there was more of her. You can see how kind of small she is. Luis Saez is a pretty small guy, and he pretty much takes up all of her. So I just wish there was a bit more of her, though obviously I respect Mike Trombetta and these connections wholeheartedly, Lafitte.
You both said it at the same time, Richie, just how small In Her Glory appears.
She doesn't look like she could be 15 hands. A horse, the hand is 4 inches. Up to 14 and a half hands, you're a pony. Anything over, you're considered a horse. She's right on the edge there.
Well, the pony's kind of hiding her there in the background.
Can't see much of her In Her Glory. Who is the best small horse you ever rode?
No.
That's like an all-time
Did you
favorite.
ride Megahertz?
I did not. No.
She was a dynamo.
A filly for John Kimmel called Parlay. She was tiny. For a jockey, I'm a big guy for a jockey. And I used to have the hardest time trying to get small on her and get in behind her neck. But I did win the distaff handicap on her. So
pretty good. Maggie, a favorite small racehorse.
Imperial Hint. Is he Vosburg winner? I believe, yes. He was so tiny, and every time I tried to do a post-race interview via the pony, he would be scared of me opening my left arm out to interview him like I was going to strike him or something. So I have very vivid memories of the tiny Imperial Hint.
That's a good one. The little rocket ship Imperial Hint.
Yeah,
Pocket rocket.
Harat. Harat, who almost wired the field in the Santa Anita handicap in 86 at 1,000 to 1. In her glory, maybe she is small but mighty. We're about to find out. Post time for the 6th Alabama Day from Saratoga. Here's Frank Miramati.
BB Doll coming up. Goes in. The last one to load, In Her Glory. In Her Glory and Luis Saez. They're in the gate. Couple of them moving around. And they're off. BB Doll is the quickest out of the gate, and Sadie Earp flashing good early foot, so it begins, comes away in third, but is backing up now. In Her Glory moves up on the outside, takes that third spot. Santina finds herself on the outside of rivals, 4 lengths off the lead. She is followed by Keto Drink, then comes Pisces Moon and Bodacious Queen at the back of the field. It's BB Doll through a quarter in 23 seconds flat. In Her Glory in pursuit, second. Santina ranges up nicely outside of that pair, third. They're followed by Sadie Earp in fourth, and then it's Keto Drink fifth. 5 lengths off the lead, 5 clear of So It Begins, Pisces Moon, and Bodacious Queen. They're at the top of the stretch. In Her Glory is trying to get after BB Doll. BB Doll In Her Glory. Sadie Earp, Santina flattens out, and in the center of the course, Keto Drink is starting to close strongly. Past the 16th pole, BB Doll In Her Glory. Sadie Earp coming after them. It's In Her Glory just in front. Sadie Earp, here's the line. In Her Glory holds off an oncoming Sadie Earp. Behind that, between BB Doll and Keto Drink.
She is small but mighty on this afternoon. In Her Glory, Luis Saez, second win on the afternoon, 7-1 here, and a date with the Alabama favorite, Good Cheer, this evening.
She may be small, but she ran a big race. See, Paul, size doesn't matter.
No, this is tremendous. I mean, she just showed a lot of courage. And Michael Trombetta, man, he's having some kind of week. After he won yesterday, the Smart and Fancy, he won a big race at Colonial, and this was a heck of a ride here. Getting up, you can see Frankie Dettori trying to reach with Sadie Earp. No dice.
Exciting finish. While we love turf racing, let's go back to the start of the race. What'd you see here, Mig, looking at post 2?
Yeah, keep an eye on the 2, the very well-met first there from Wesley Ward. Got away clean enough. Maybe she didn't break very well. Now she gets rank. And you're going to see her head start to, kind of get turned around. She's getting in a fight. She runs out over heels. And then she was getting out the rest of the trip, where your winner, In Her Glory, got that unencumbered outside trip, was able to fold over and just sit there in the right spot. And they went the first quarter, guys, in 23 seconds, going 5.5 on the turf. That is crawling for a turf sprint.
And the 2 just didn't break. You can see Victor was having so many problems with her. She just needs to get out of the gate. We've seen Wesley Ward horses of lately just not hitting that gate like they usually do,
That's his superpower.
That is his
superpower.
Yeah, it is. And you can see Michael Trombetta.
Thumbs up, man.
No problem. Got this one.
Just another day at the office. Just another trip to the Saratoga Winner's Circle. Yeah, mission accomplished. And coming in yesterday with Future Is Now. Her doing her thing, successfully defending her Smart and Fancy title. And now In Her Glory, graduating and impressive.
Oh, Mike Trombetta is just a terrific horseman, and he knows the kind of horse he needs to have here to fit. And Future Is Now, It's a great story all the way around. Unfortunately, Larry Johnson, her owner breeder, passed away, but his family keeping it going. Tracy Mulroy, his daughter, was here for it, and she's closing in on $1 million in earnings as a turf sprinter. If you don't love Future Is Now, then maybe you got to find another game to follow because she's
type
hickory.
of racehorse that builds a following and fans because of the consistency. You know when she's going to race. You know what she specializes in. Every race seemingly a carbon copy of the next, and then when it counts most, she gives you her best.
Yeah, I mean, she just shows up every single time.
It looked like she was going to get beat yesterday, but then, no, she wasn't going to get beat.
No.
There was no chance.
Well, I loved on the ISO shot, too. You saw Paco Lopez? He was smiling the last 70 yards. He's like, this was great. You know?
Remember Manny being Manny, Paco being Paco, and Louis being Louis. 2 wins on the afternoon. Be aboard Good Cheer in the Alabama. Charlotte Weber's Live Oak Plantation in her glory. The tiny filly graduates in front of a massive crowd at the Spa.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Goddard.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Win Early Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. We are brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. You're so popular. I'm here with Charlotte Weber. You're very popular. Everybody wants a picture with you.
Well, that's because I have lots of good people after me.
You do. And talk a little bit about your filly here, as she was impressive in her glory, as we were all saying, small but mighty.
Mighty as she goes, and I hope she'll keep going down the track that way.
And, you know, Mike Trombetta, he's a Mid-Atlantic guy, but so good on the big stage as well. As we've seen him have success here in Saratoga year after year, and you guys have had a long relationship, too.
I've had a long relationship with Mike. He's a wonderful man, and I do send him a lot of Mid-Atlantic horses, but he seems to get them up north, so I'm not complaining.
You'll take it, and as you said, you're racing all across the country today. Best of luck, but congrats here on this winner.
Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Okay, Miss Charlotte. Oh, I love catching up with Charlotte Weber. Just the work that she's done with Live Oak Plantation is tremendous, and they keep winning at the Spa year after year, Lafitte.
Good soup, fast horses, a winning combination. Charlotte Weber's in her glory repels Sadie Earp to the winner's circle in her glory. Mike Trombetta, who they were just discussing. Richie, what should our viewers know more about a really good trainer who doesn't have quite the stock that some of the bigger names, the Browns, the Fletchers, etc.?
that he's a winner. Closing in on 2,400 career wins now. Has trained horses. His leading money earner at this point is a horse named Arzak, a turf sprinter. And his second leading money earner now is Future Is Now, who went over 967,000 yesterday. Consistent. He just knows where to place his horses, and he's a tremendous horseman.
Yeah, I think the Maryland racing circuit goes under radar. It really does. I think that it's better racing than a lot of people think, and you just don't see it a lot. Let's be honest. I'll be one of the first to say it. I don't really play the circuit, but when I do play it, Michael Trombetta is a player almost all the time with a lot of his horses, and I think that a lot of people, when he ships up here from Laurel and those kind of places, they think, oh, kind of a second rate track coming up here. Not the case. And when it comes to Colonial Downs, where he shipped this horse in, all those horses are meant to run on turf for Colonial. So ran a good race, and he just knows and finds the niches for the horses up here.
Really good weekend for Trombetta at Saratoga. And best news for us and racing fans, more 2-year-old racing. Maiden special weight, back to the main track, 6.5 furlongs. Uncle Mo running here or what? A lot of excitement about Hero declared 4-5 early on.
Taking all the money and a lot of good reports about him.
And here's one of them, well, a 2-year-old report with Maggie.
Whit, I've heard a lot from you already about the 2-year-old you're most excited about, and that's Hero Declared, as you said, and you've worked with some of the best trainers prior to going out on your own. This is one of the best horses you've ever been around.
Yeah, as far as 2-year-olds and just how the feel they give you from the time you get him in, early in March. He came out of the OBS March sale. We bought a lot of him there, and he is not disappointed. Week to week, this horse has just shown us that he has got an immense amount of talent, and obviously that's got to translate to the afternoon, but at this point he gives us no indication that this shouldn't be a pretty impressive debut.
Talk about his workout. As you said, he went fast, but he did it so easily.
Yeah, his gate work up, he's worked twice at the gate now, once at Keeneland and once here. His gate work up here the other day, he went, we just did something easy, just get him out of there and kind of sit. He went 47-2, galloped out pretty easy, I don't know exactly, but it was around 59 and change. But there was a photo of him coming around the thing, and it's just eyes, how calm and collected. They were like half shut. It wasn't like some of them where their eyes are, bugging out of their heads. So we just feel like with all of that, he's got this mind that's able to kind of return back to just the most easygoing, stable baseline that a horse could get at.
And as we met him this morning, he has no problems catching up on his ease.
No. He's doing what he usually does. Once he gets into the stall, we bet him deep. He takes a good long nap until breakfast.
Taking care of himself.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, best of luck with him, too.
Thank you. Yeah, he's the one.
He's the one? That what I heard him say at the end? Whit Beckman, Paul? You get the sense he feels like he's about to, unlock King Kong.
Well, if you remember the other 2-year-old report with Whit, the horse won by a pole, and he said the best is yet to come. Maybe this is the horse that's best to yet to come. I mean, the way he's sleeping in the stall and doesn't even care about the straw on his back, like you were saying, happy. A lot of people don't realize happy animals sleep 14 to 16 hours a day. The more they sleep, the happier they are, and I've always felt like that. The more than my horses ever slept, the better they are.
Yeah, he got up. They always shake. He didn't shake. He just, I'm good. I'm cool. The mental part of this is almost important, maybe as important as the physical side of it. You got to be an athlete. You got to have natural ability, but you have to have the mental capacity to handle the stress of training, of racing, the crowd. And this is one of the beautiful things about Saratoga. If this horse turns out to be as good as they think he is, and you're here today, you can say, I was there the day Hero Declared broke his maiden.
Just the sense of Whit's excitement and confidence. I was excited to see this colt to begin with. Now I'm that much more excited.
He's the one.
He's the one.
He's the one.
You're the chosen one.
Find out if he's the one in about 19 minutes. Hero Declared. What will he do in his debut in front of this crowd, in front of the fans of the 1863 Club, and who will win this evening's Alabama? 3-year-old fillies championship implications. The Alabama this evening on Fox.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to rescue when the floaty is too floppy, and delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Picture perfect Saturday at Saratoga. Welcome back. It's Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. This race, the Alabama, the history, tradition, and of course the stats, records. Let's go by the numbers. Dates back to 1872, named in honor of William Cottrell, the pride of Mobile, who was fastest. She's a legend. Go for 1 mile and a quarter in 2 minutes and 4/5. All-time leading owner, Bel Air stud, 5 wins over 3 decades, Sabet. The last in 53, most wins by a trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8 wins over a 35-year stretch. All-time leading jockey, the number is 5, shared by 3 star riders, George Velasquez, Jerry Bailey, and Mike Smith. From the Alabama to the Breeders' Cup Distaff Winner's Circle, she stands alone, Royal Delta, 2011. And this is what this race is all about. Titles, 27. Alabama winners have been crowned. 3-year-old filly champ. And where do champions wind up? Across the street in the Hall of Fame. 12 Alabama winners, including Songbird, inducted the Alabama by the numbers. And today, the 145th edition, as we revisit some of our favorite runnings of the Alabama, Richie, and one that comes to mind for you that took place in 1980.
1980, Love Sign, trained by Sidney Waters, ridden by Ruben Hernandez, one of my all-time favorite riders, an absolutely great rider. And that was my first full summer up here. The year before, I got left behind at Belmont with the 2nd division, and I was living in the tack room on the backstretch, and look how strong Ruben is on the inside. He got headed his typical way, left-handed with his crop down, and he was so strong. He was the other rider, like your father, that I put in that category. Lafitte Pingai and Ruben Hernandez. He was as good a rider as I ever competed with, and he made me a better rider. My first winter riding at Aqueduct, he was the leading rider, and I wanted to be like him. I wanted to learn how to finish like him. He made me pick up my game, made me more competitive. An outstanding rider. And Love Song, she was good on turf as well. She won a lot of races, dirt and turf, for Sidney Waters.
I wasn't a fan before, and now I'm a fan of his.
That's cool.
Like, now I'm a fan.
Great rider, great guy, too. I mean, I love Ruben, and like I said, absolutely made a huge impression on me when I was an apprentice rider, made me a better rider. One day I shaved him into the turn, and I won the race, and I was pretty cocky about it, feeling good about myself. I'm galloping back, and he just came and ran into me, and I was like, whoa, what are you doing? He said, do you like it? And I said, no. He said, then don't ever do it to me again. I never did it to him again. Ruben, all my respect.
You could see that brute power and strength in the stretch of that Alabama. That was back in 1980. Paulie, a little bit more recent, and something Good Cheer is trying to accomplish today, winning Kentucky Oaks, and the Alabama, the last Oaks winner to win the Alabama Malathot.
Yeah, and it seemed like Malathot and Claire, they threw it down all the time, didn't they? And then, you know, after Malathot won here and won the Alabama 2021, they threw it down in the Breeders' Cup Distaff the next year, and what a photo that was when Blue Stripe actually split them that day. I was sitting right next to Steve Asmussen at Keeneland. He threw his hat on the ground when Malathot got up, but she was a horse that was just relentless.
You ain't lying. How many of these races did we see her in, and she would dig and claw and fight, and she might not blow out her competition by 5 lengths, but she would, in those fights to the finish, in so many good races at the highest levels, and somehow her class, her guts getting her to the wire.
And great rides by Johnny Velasquez, because she was a bicycle horse. If you weren't pedaling, she wasn't running, but a champion in every sense of the word. And Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, quite a combination.
Such a special race. 1.25 miles. These fillies never raced this far and will likely never do it again.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a dividing line, that 9th to that 10th furlong. Who's going to see it out? Who's going to stay? And, you know, one thing we didn't talk about with Queen Azteca, she's run as far as 1.5 miles already, and her last 3 starts, she faced boys. She has not run against the girls since she won the United Arab Emirates Oaks. Maybe she's the long shot that we got to kind of take another look at.
From Norway to the Alabama,
it's a new path.
Winner's Circle. We've seen stranger before.
They run a slalom course out here. I'd better.
Yeah. Coverage begins 4 Eastern on Fox for the Alabama. Looking at Hero Declared. Maggie, who are we about to be introduced to today?
We shall see. And look, when I do those 2-year-old reports, I take it week by week. I look at the entries and just decide on 2 to 3 horses that I like, and then I go to the trainer's barns. And Whit was the first trainer that said to me, yeah, she's all right, when I interviewed him about Carmel Coast, who, as Paul mentioned, won by 5. But why aren't you asking me about Hero Declared? And I was like, well, because Whit, I literally just go week by week. He's like, well, this is the one, as he mentioned in the piece. And I said, okay, all right, I like it. As he is a big but very athletic horse, you get the impression that despite his size, he is very light on his feet. He did come in on his toes, but then what I liked is, you know, they had to wait to put the hose on him, and he just stood there like, okay, now I'm getting hosed. He just takes everything in stride. He feels like a very smart horse, and things generally come very easy to him. So we'll see how he does watching his workouts. He has been fairly strong to the pull, so indicating to me that he should have a bit of speed, and that's what his OBS March sales workout would indicate as well. So while he's a horse that gives the impression that he might appreciate going a bit longer too, that quickness will be here today, going the 6.5. Moving on to some other horses. In fact, a massive price for Danny Gargan, who did enter 2 in here, but opts to keep the 1A Good Illusion in. Of course, this is the one that I can't find any of his works on First TV, but he's a son of Good Magic. The Dam won her first start as a 2-year-old. This is her first full. He's very tall, very much looks like Good Magic, his sire. A lot of size and scope to his frame, so yes, he might want to go a bit further than this, but he's so fit. It looks like he's started before. He's acting very well too. So I know he's a big price up there, but I did think it was interesting. I don't know what happened to the other horse, but that they leave this one in. Obviously, you knew that you were going to scratch one with naming Joel Rosario on both of them, but it does make a really nice impression here in the paddock. Moving on to number 2, Renegade. He's a son of Into Mischief. The dam. She won her first start as a 3-year-old, and she would go on to win some great estate too. Spice is nice. Of course, the second dam being Dame Dorothy. She was a multiple graded stakes winner, going a distance. And watching this horse's workouts does give the impression that longer might be preferable. That's probably why we see the 6.5 to begin here, because you're not going to get a scheduled dirt race any further than this at this point in time. Was a bit green, actually cleared a whole crowd of people when he first walked in here, but has since relaxed. Still gives the impression that longer might be better for him. As we'll also take a look here at number 5, It's Our Time. Now, the opposite is true of It's Our Time. He's a bit smaller. That's somewhat typical with Not This Time. He can get a horse that's small, but still covers a lot of ground. And watching his workout, 3 back, I know it was a fairly slow 102 flat, but he was with an older rival by the name Pretty Capable. He was well in hand. He wanted to do more, and he went much better through the gallop out. Very classy acting. This horse has behaved the best of any of the first-time starters. Whoops, I'm not going to jinx you, am I? And he just looks fit. He looks quick. He looks handy. I think he's a bit intriguing, Lafitte.
Trained by Tom Amis, to be expected. It's Our Time. Moments are exciting. These 2-year-olds, and what will Hero Declared do in his debut? Will he live up to the hype? This race, by the way, will be seen on Fox, shifting over at 4 Eastern, Fox, Saratoga, Saturday. So like we've talked about this race for 3.5 days and all afternoon, we should probably get around to selections. Paul, who wins the 145th Alabama?
I think Lacara. And I get it. I'm going with a horse that might be short on the distance, but I think they're going to be playing catch-ups, and they're going to have to. I think she draws a perfect draw on the outside. I think she's been the right horse since the beginning. I think she worked a little too quick in the Oaks. I think you're going to see her last race again. I think they're all going to be playing catch-up. I'll take the horse going to the lead.
Richie, about that time.
Speed's always dangerous. I'm going with Good Cheer. I forgive her last race. I just think that maybe she was a little bit of a tired filly at that time. I've seen a filly that's kind of rejuvenated, come around. Brad Cox's so good at that. And I think you'll see the good version of Good Cheer.
Looking for a first Alabama, Brad Cox, as is Mark Casse with Lacara and Nitrogen. I'm going with Nitrogen. She is the most, regardless of surface, the most impressive 3-year-old filly I've seen this year. Yeah, she's done most of her damage on grass, but the sheer ability. She is explosive. She is dynamic, and expect to see the very best of Nitrogen on the main track this evening in the Alabama. You're going to see these 2-year-olds coming up next over on Fox Saratoga Saturday, and the Alabama gets started in moments. Brad Cox, will he saddle a first ever Alabama winner? Good Cheer, Kentucky Oaks winner, trying to become the first since Malathot to go from the Oaks winner circle to the Alabama winner's circle. Trained by Mark Casse, watching the Alabama since he was 8 years old, dreaming of this moment. 2 bullets to fire. Lacara, how far can she carry her speed? Nitrogen, will she be as good on the main track? Fox Saratoga Saturday starts now.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Fox Saratoga Saturday on a gorgeous afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, New York, for one of the most prestigious races there is in this game, and certainly one of the most important in this three-year-old filly division. Greg Wolf alongside champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Huge race today for these three-year-old fillies. What does today mean?
Well, it means a lot. I mean, I think the leader of the division will come out of this race, the winner of this race. But in its own right, Andy, the Alabama is a sensational race, one of the most important three-year-old filly races we'll see all year.
No question about it. It's the filly counterpart to next week's Travers, and it can be a race that decides divisional honors. And there's 3 fillies in this race that will have a claim to be that leader should they win the Alabama.
Meanwhile, race 7, 6.5 furlongs. Derby dreams begin in races like this, and we have one of the most hyped 2-year-olds set to make his debut coming up for Jason Worth, former Major League All-Stars Icon Racing Stable here with Hero Declared. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And for his trainer, Whit Beckman, who spent several years working for top barns like Todd Pletcher and Chad Brown, he began training on his own 4 years ago. And he said to me earlier last week that this is the one, Maggie. This is the one that changes your career, that takes it to the next level. He has very high hopes for Hero Declared, who has been a professional, is massive, looks like a 3-year-old, and looks as though he's fast, but also like he can carry it a distance. He shouldn't have a problem with this 6.5 furlongs first time out, Greg.
So much talk about how good this horse is. The debut coming up, 4 to 5, so the secret is out, guys.
I love the buzz horses here at Saratoga. That's what makes these races so exciting. But wow, this horse has a ton of weight on his back.
I got to tell you, if this horse runs poorly today, it may change Whit Beckman's career, just not exactly in the way he's hoping.
That man right there is going to be joining us in just a little bit. Tom Amos sending out a first-timer as well, who he has high expectations for, the 5 It's Our Time.
Absolutely. It's Our Time. One who's been working well. He's got Louis Saez by a very hot sire, and Not This Time. One of the things I love about Saratoga is in a couple of hours or an hour or so, we're going to see a superstar currently, but you also get to see future superstars in races like this.
Get signed up, play along. And Naira Bets get a $25 free play. Promo code TOGA25 to take advantage of that at NairaBets.com. Odds on, first-time starter, Hero Declared, trained by Whit Beckman, owned by former Major League Baseball All-Star Jason Worth's Icon Racing Stable. There is Todd Pletcher. He's always dangerous with first-timers. He'll have Renegade from the rail. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with a 7th from Saratoga.
It's Our Time goes in. Supreme Good to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for It's Our Time. Hero Declared moving through along the inside, and he is in front. They're followed by Forever Man, already 4 lengths off the lead. Renegade moves through on the inside to take third. It's another 3 lengths back to Alghero. Racing on the inside of Supreme Good. Good Illusion is next. The 2 trailers Cost Effective and Tiger Rocket at the back of the field. Just under 22 seconds flat for the heavily favored Hero Declared, who takes them into the far turn with a 2-length lead, chased intently by It's Our Time, trying to bridge that gap in second. 4 more back to Forever Man in third. At the rail, Renegade 6 lengths off the dueling leaders. Another 3 back to Supreme Good, who's 3 in front of Good Illusion. Alghero is next, and Cost
Good to be with you on Fox Sports 1. You're watching Saratoga Live. On Alabama Day, we'll take a look back at everything that happened in one of the most important races in the 3-year-old filly division on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Terrific crowd on hand and everyone digesting what they just saw from Nitrogen, victorious. Answering the question, yes, she is very good on a fast dirt track, Tom. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinchin, Andy Serling, good to be with you.
Good to be with you. And yes, she really proved it, didn't she, guys? I mean, she is now the Pro Tem leader in this division, without a doubt. And, you know, rightfully so. 2 for 2 on the dirt and both ultra impressive victories.
You know, I'm not sure she's the leader of the division right now because she has just the grade 1 win. I'm not saying she's not perhaps the best one of the 3-year-old fillies, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. You've got the Cotillion, a grade 1 at Parks, coming up in about a month. And then, of course, the Breeders' Cup. And I think any of these horses, Good Cheer, even Lacara, if with a victory or perhaps finishing second with an older horse winning the Breeders' Cup, could become the 3-year-old champion. I think it makes it more wide open.
Doesn't Good Cheer or Lacara have to show they can beat this horse,
Yeah,
though?
yeah. I'm saying if they finish ahead of her going forward.
And
I mean, maybe she's the leader. It's kind of close, right?
Yeah, and the voters are going to fall in love with the fact that Nitrogen is a multiple surface type horse who took a chance and won a grade 1 going 1.25 miles in the most prestigious race you're going to see all summer for 3-year-old fillies. I think that goes a long way in the voting.
And look, it's one of the great stories of this summer, and then we'll see a lot of questions where she goes next. That's going to be a lot of fun as well.
And Mark has got a side because he's got 2 horses. He's got Lacara and her. He wants to maybe keep them apart from here, so maybe one of them goes to the Cotillion and another one goes to either the Belle Dame in New York or the Spinster at Keeneland to prep. You could say that Nitrogen could look at the QE2, a grass race at Keeneland, but that race comes, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks before the Breeders' Cup, probably cutting it too close.
Let's take a look back at what just happened to this grade 1 Alabama. And Nitrogen taking this shot, seeing if she is as good on dirt as she had been on turf. She's the best 3-year-old turf filly in the sport, Tom. 5 stakes. That streak came to an end last time out, and then brilliant on that wonder again that came off the turf. What'd you see here?
She got bounced around a little bit out of the gate, lost position, fell back into position. That's her stablemate to her inside making the lead. The last thing trainer Mark Casse wants with his 2 horses is be battling head-to-head for the lead. Jose Ortiz on Nitrogen will take her a little bit wide, give the lead to Lacara, stablemate, and then just sit right off of her. But, I mean, Nitrogen could have easily been on the lead here.
Both the winner and the second place finisher, Good Cheer, got very, very good trips. They both had their best chance to win the race, and Good Cheer was just second best to Nitrogen. Simple as that to me.
And Jake, it's interesting what Tom brings up. If, you know, your stablemate's in there, you have to play it a little different. But if she wasn't in there, could she have won more impressively and done things differently?
I don't know. Let's see what happens here a little bit later in the race when she makes the lead. She gets a little lost out there on the front end. Maybe it helped her. Maybe Lacara carried her along a lot further than she would have been able to go if she got to the lead initially. I mean, just it's a big maybe. She ran extremely well.
That's a good point because Mark Casse said that the 4-horse in this race, Nitrogen, likes a target, and so she's got her target right there. For Lacara, look, 1.25 miles is just too much distance.
And Lacara has been a horse, while she's talented, I give Mark a lot of credit. He's been very opportunistic with her, getting those 2 grade 1 wins, able to get the lead in the Ashland at Keeneland when 2 other speeds got left, and then able to get that big speed track in the Acorn to get it done. She's a very nice horse, Lacara, but I would say that Mark has really maximized her potential with the way he's campaigned her, and her speed made her dangerous, but Nitrogen is the better horse. Good Cheer, she was simply second best to this horse. She had every chance to get to her. You can say that Nitrogen was wandering in the stretch, but if Good Cheer was good enough to beat her, she would have already been on her flank when that happened, and it wouldn't have mattered.
Mark Casse, part of the reason said he took this shot, obviously she was brilliant in that race that came off the grass, but knowing what this race leads to as you look at Mark Casse as they come down the stretch, so knowing that, now you've won this. It's dirt all the way, isn't it?
It's got to be. It's got to be. You know, one thing we didn't mention, DJ Stable is a longtime client of Mark Casse. So you talked about how sweet, Jonathan, this win had to be. Well, that had to be the cherry on top right there, doing it for a longtime client that's backed you.
And it's a $600,000 purse. 55% the winner's $330,000. Tom, I don't think it's wrong to say that this win increases her value by at least $2 million. So while the purse is nice, the value in winning this Alabama with what she's done already on the grass, she is now an extremely valuable commodity.
Very fair point. Fourth Alabama win for that man right there, Jose Ortiz. And he's got to be extremely excited about the rest of this year and what could be for Nitrogen. And you would think collision course potentially with reigning horse of the year we're going to see next weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday and Torpedo Anna.
Look, Torpedo Anna is very, very good. I know her wins this year since she's come back after winning the Breeders' Cup Distaff have been pretty workmanlike. Every once in a while she's turned in once of those last year as well. But she has to, as Andy said, I think, take a step forward to show she was last year's horse when she runs next week.
I agree with that, but having said that, she's still running faster figures than these 3-year-olds running. Now, they may have more room to improve as we head towards the Breeders' Cup. But listen, randomized a horse who almost beat Idiomatic 2 years ago in the Breeders' Cup. When she's good, she's good. When she's bad, she's bad. But she came back with a nice win at Monmouth last time, and depending what the pace looks like, she could be the controlling speed in next week's Personal Ensign. That's kind of an interesting matchup between an Alabama winner and a horse that almost won the Travers last year. And certainly, we can say she would have won the Alabama had she run it.
We look forward to that matchup next Saturday. Meanwhile, after this victory, Acacia Clement caught up with the connections of Nitrogen.
Well, here with John Green of DJ Stable, winning owner of Nitrogen, now Graded Stakes winner on all surfaces already, but a Grade 1 winner on dirt. How important was this race for her?
Well, I think it's important to show just how, what kind of talent the filly has. And anytime you have a homebred like this that ends up in any kind of a graded stake race, you're always nervous, you're always excited, but to do it on the biggest scale, you know, with a horse that this is you know, we're not sure about the surface for her, not sure about the distance. She handled everything like a champ, and as always, you know, just continues to break glass ceilings for us.
Like you said, it's something that your family has had their hands all over from the beginning. Hopes were high. To get a victory like this here at Saratoga is such a big deal for her. Mark Casse saying she deserves this Grade 1.
I really think that there could have been 2 or 3 horses in that race that deserved this Grade 1. I think that we're going to look back at this race, and it's going to be a real seminal race as to who, you know, becomes the 3-year-old filly of the year. And there's a bunch of deserved horses. You know, I thought that Good Cheer ran a huge race. I thought that Mark's other horse, Lacara, ran a monster race in the beginning. And we were a little bit all over the place. But at the end of the day, we hit the wire first.
Well, I know that she proved a lot of things today, but any thoughts on what the future might hold for her? Do you take on older horses on the dirt?
I think that, you know, again, this is going to be cliche, but we're going to take it one race at a time. We're going to see how she comes out of it. She was pretty hot just now in the winner's circle. We want to make sure she comes out of it. She gave it her all. So the next race is going to be at least 4 to 6 weeks away. And once we know that she's, you know, doing well and wants to, you know, compete again, she'll tell us where we're going to be.
Thank you, John, and congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia. Appreciate it.
Greg?
So we didn't get the answer, but we think we know what's ahead for Nitrogen. We will wait and see. We'll let them enjoy this moment on such a huge victory. Really one of the big races in the sport. You win the Alabama, that is serious. And Nitrogen really stepping up. 5 wins, stakes wins in a row on the grass before finally being beaten that Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. Now a Grade 1 winner, the first of her career coming on dirt. So we get set for this 11th mile and a 16th over the inner turf. All for sale for $35,000 in this claiming race. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, and that is the favorite assertiveness for Todd Pletcher, Tom.
Yeah, and deservedly so. Making a drop in class. This was a $650,000 purchase that is now for sale for $35,000. They're at a point where they think, hey, you know what? We didn't buy what we thought we bought, which happens often at the sales, and they're willing to give it up.
I picked her, but I'm a little concerned with the drop. She ran too well. He ran too well last time it dropped.
Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with assertiveness here in the paddock. And yes, it is a bit of a question mark with the drop in class. We have seen Todd Pletcher sometimes here at this meet dropping horses, and they will often get claimed, move on to new barns, but they can often get the job done that day as well. I did think that he ran pretty well last time in that allowance at Monmouth. Was a little bit antsy in the gate, was 3 wide throughout, never saw the rail, and 2 horses out of that race did come back to win, including the 3rd place finisher Fidelite Coyote, who won the last race here last week at Saratoga with a 77 Beyer speed figure. So yes, a bit of a question with the drop. He's a very laid back individual. He's kind of got that typical solid into mischief build, but just
so calm and laid back. And so I'm thinking that probably they're saying doesn't necessarily fit the program of what we're looking for in the barn, drop in class, hopefully get a win and move on. So he makes a lot of sense. Then number 2, Dakota Country, did win 2 starts back and off of a layoff. And then last time when facing winners for the first time was off the pace and then kind of closing in between horses. Maybe not the most comfortable in doing that. He's going to go out last in the post parade here as he's been accompanied by the pony throughout. He's a horse that can be pretty tricky sometimes in the overall preliminaries in the paddock, in the warm-up and the post parade as well. But so far he's minding his P's and Q's here. He's a horse that went 1 1/8 miles last time. A little bit less distance to work with here, which I think is certainly a positive. He also looks the most fit that I've seen him since coming back off of the layoff in this spot, and he's one that I think is a major player in this spot. Out of that same race was the 10 Kid Creasa, who went that 1 1/8 miles and went on the front end setting the pace, and looked to me like when tiring, kind of taking a few steps to get into stride, and he's pretty sharp here in the paddock as well, and he's a big horse. But I think it's interesting with Ricardo Santana climbing aboard. This is a horse who ran exceptionally well 2 back going the mile, so maybe kind of the Goldilocks effect, finding the right distance today. His speed is dangerous from that outside post, will work out a trip. Ricardo been riding exceptionally well, and I think the slight turn back should suit him, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. We'll get to the post parade here in a moment as they come down Champions Way. Non-winners at 2 life condition. 1/16 on the turf. Anything to this, Andy? The rails are out pretty significantly today.
I don't know that it had a real effect. From what I've seen with the rails out the entire week, the courses have played fairly, so I haven't noticed a real effect. They'll be going down to 0, by the way, in both courses next week, and people should watch out to see if that means inside runners have an advantage. But right now, I don't think I've seen anything to say the rail placement has affected the results.
Play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. They offer that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when new members punch in that code SPOT200 at sign-up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Post parade, we will start off with the favorite, Assertiveness, for Hall of Famer Tom Pletcher.
Speaking of the rails coming down, when he ran last time at Monmouth and was 3 wide, the rails were down, and the rail was very much an advantageous place to be. So not only wide, but against the track. It's way the horse to beat unless you're concerned about a little the distance and also the sudden drop.
We'll get to the 2 later. Here's her one and only, Lane Luzzy.
This will be her one and only mention in the race.
Ready, set, twirl. Nice line, Andy. Manny Franco.
Yeah, a horse trying to stretch out in here. I don't love stretch outs that it don't project to have enough early speed to be tactical.
Mo Go, maybe the one in front.
Looking for a double for owner John Green. Linda Rice off the claim with turf routers is 1 for 30 over the last 5 years.
Magny ran actually a sneaky good effort against a little better last start.
Yeah, and then 2 back actually won, but got a huge setup that day.
Landman Friday, it's Danny Gargan, Kinder Carmouche.
He's a possible upsetter, making just his second start off a little bit of a freshening.
Middle Market, claimed off of Chad Brown, and now Marcelo Arenas will put this one on the grass.
Yeah, you don't start too many successful sentences with claimed off of Chad Brown.
Kid Creasa, maybe the speed to try and challenge the 5.
Yeah, has some tactical speed drawn outside. I think we'll be able to work out a pretty good trip, and went 9 furlongs last time, so when they're getting a little bit tired, he might still have some left.
And Dakota Country coming in sharp form today, 3rd off the bench.
Yeah, got a good trip last time. Projects to get a similar trip in here. Probably a little bit over bet for my liking.
Take a look at his performance, 2nd off the layoff after his maiden claiming victory. And that man there will be back aboard today, Joel Rosario.
He just lays back, and this is a really nice finish. But gets a good setup up front, Andy, and kicks home nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I believe of the 2 horses in there, Dakota Country being the 2, and King Craig, he's the 10. The 10 ran the better race and gets a big rider switcher with Ricardo Santana for the race. And I think King Creasa may be able to clear from the outside post here. If he does, I think he's tough to catch. But Dakota Country ran okay, but I thought he was more with the flow than Kid Creasa was.
As for Assertiveness, Tom, coming out of a race at Monmouth, pretty decent group. He had to go against. Seems tougher than what he's going to face here, no?
No doubt. He was gelded 2 starts back after his May 24th race. yes, a very tough group. It drops into the for sale ranks, as we mentioned earlier. Looks good on the track, moving very, very nicely there. Definitely the horse to beat, and he is our mild favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, the horse who was third to him last time came back and won here last weekend, ran a reasonable race. I just worry about the drop. Tom, gelding? Do you have him? I don't have him gelded.
I have him gelded 2 back on my sheets. It doesn't show in the form, but I do have it on my sheets. So I'm going off of
better check myself
what I
here
consider to be proper.
I see.
Saez looking for number 4, by the way, on
inquiry's been
assertiveness.
posted on the gelding. The stewards are reviewing this. We'll get back with a decision.
Well, I mean, you know what? With that pedigree, if he's not a gelding, he might be even more attractive in the for sale box.
Well, he does have a dam that's very, very good, Isabella
Right.
sings. And Louis looking for his 4th win, though I think he would have preferred to have gotten it in the last race. What do you think?
Perhaps. Let's go to Acacia.
As we'll take a look at the 5 Mo Go. First off, the claim for Linda Rice. I was very intrigued by this horse. It did see those same stats that Andy mentioned, but for what it's worth, and he has won on the turf before, I've always written in my notes that this horse looks more like a turf horse. Seeing him at Oaklawn in those couple of starts over the spring, and gets back onto the grass today. So a horse that I am very intrigued by. While on the bottom side, there's not much in the immediate family, is out of an Uncle Mo mare by Medaglia d'Oro, moving well out there. I thought a horse that could be interesting getting back to the grass, and again did break his maiden on the turf down at Gulfstream Park. The 7 Landman Friday comes into the NYRA circuit for the first time, being a Florida bred, kind of having started his career there, where he too broke his maiden down at Gulfstream Park. I agree, he is a bit of an intriguing new face in here. Talking about the 7, he's getting that kind of patented Kendrick Carmouche big warm-up. There were quite a few big warm-ups out there as well. It took him, I think, that warm-up to kind of rev his engines a little bit more, and he perked up a lot out on the track, which I appreciate, because he's a horse that does not show much speed out of the gate, kind of dropping back early, as he was pretty far back last time out. We'll see if he could be a bit closer second off the bench, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up for this 11th on Alabama Saturday. What a day we've had to this point. Favoritism remaining with assertiveness down on the inside. And Luis Saez fairly quiet this meet, but really is broken out of late, especially today. A chance for number 4 this afternoon. There he is.
Yeah, breathe easy if you put a claim in on the 1. He is not a gelding. He's a colt.
You didn't claim him, did you, Tom?
No, I did not.
You got a little extra cash after that 7th race today.
How long are you going to take to, obviously going to breathe in what happened with your sensational performance with your debuter back in the 7th race, but how long until you make a decision and where you go next?
Yeah, look, I mean, as soon as the race was over, I came on the set with you guys. I haven't had a chance to really even enjoy it, and I've been a bit distracted because it was pretty awesome, but I want to watch that race again and really get an understanding of what happened.
I'm not saying your job on the show is hanging in the balance. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it's not.
Well, thank
but
you.
The champagne is at Aqueduct in early October, and we now stay scheduled today. We'd like to see him run there, but I'm not saying we're threatening you or anything. We could be. We might not be. I don't know. You got to talk to our boss on that.
We'll put on the hardcore sales pitch for sure. We have some time.
We're hoping he runs well, Tom, wherever you run him.
I appreciate that.
There's Dakota Country, Danny Garganbarn, Joel Rosario, one of the major players at 7-2. The 5 looks to be quick, but Andy mentioned those numbers. Linda Rice off the claim, going long on the grass, not great. Kid Creasa outside, shortening up. Weakened late, going a little bit longer last time out. There's Ricardo Santana Jr. set for the 11th. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off. Her one and only sprinting out of the gate, and assertiveness is also quick, but now backs off the 3-way battle for the lead. Mogo and Kid Creasa now go on. No shortage of early speed today. So it's Kid Creasa taking over. Mogo is now in a good spot second there, followed by her one and only, moving up on the outside once again to claim third. Then comes Ready, Set, Twirl, and assertiveness is 5th at this point. 6 lengths off the lead as they swing on to the backstretch. Magny is next, and on the inside comes Dakota Country, inching by that rival pretty willingly. A length and a half to Landman Friday and Middle Market at the back of the field. 24-1. Kid Creasa on the rail is the boss. Her one and only is in second, with Mogo along the inside, a close third. Ready, Set, Twirl is fourth. Assertiveness, Orange Cap, fifth. Another 2 back to Dakota Country, 7 lengths off the lead. Landman Friday between horses. Magny outside of that pair. Middle Market at the back. 48-4, Kid Creasa leads. Her one and only is second, rounding the far turn. Then Mogo and Assertiveness. Assertiveness now takes third. They're followed by Ready, Sweat, Twirl, who's under some serious pressure at this point. Dakota Country is on the inside, mired in some traffic as the field turns for him. Just got a crack too. And on the outside of them, Magny, they're at the top of the stretch, and Assertiveness has taken over and put away Kid Creasa. Opens up 3, Dakota Country along the inside, and Ready, Set, Twirl. Assertiveness absolutely crushes. Wins by 4, yet another for Luis Saez, and Middle Market came flying to complete the exacta. 3-way photo for third among Landman Friday, Ready, Set, Twirl, and Dakota Country.
Number 18 for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. You saw get up. He'll be coming down to the winner's circle. 4th on the afternoon. Luis Saez. Wow, what a Saturday for the only man not named Ortiz to win a riding title here in the last decade.
And our track announcer, Frank Miramati, he said it. I mean, this horse just laid back, came around, and absolutely destroyed this field.
Yeah, I mean, he won like a 9-to-5 shot should, and like a 3-to-5 shot should. I was saying to Jonathan, okay, they probably dropped him too low. What was he worth, $75,000? He's not worth $200,000, and I imagine there's quite a few claims in on this horse.
Yeah, well, you get the $35,000 from the claim. You also get the purse. You're pretty close to that $70,000 all of a sudden.
Let's do a little over and under. I'm going to put the over and under on 10. You think that many, more than 10 claims or less than 10 claims?
That's a big question. He's a turf horse. I'm going to say under, Tom, but I think it's a decent number.
He's a colt.
Well, I don't know. You might have that misinformation. A few might have withdrawn their claims when you're up here
too late.
lying away about it. You probably claimed him, and you're trying to get people not to, Tom. You better run that horse to Champagne.
Well, we know he's moving on. We just don't know where yet. Let's go back to the start.
You know what I like? It's almost a little bit Richie talked about. Even though he settled in 5th, Luis got his position going forward. He broke well, he went out there, and I think one of the key moves for him was they created some separation. When they got the backstretch, he angled the horse off the rail of the 2-path. You don't lose any ground, you're off the turn, and he wanted to make sure, I'm going to lose this race if I get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble.
He gets a seam to the inside there, outside there, and just takes off. And, I mean, that's a lot of communication with the hands, saying to scoot, and scoot he does.
He was just better than these horses. I mean, he looked it on paper, and there's always the intangibles, and sometimes you're scared of these horses for those reasons, and you're right to be scared of them. In this particular case, you weren't right if you were scared of them.
I look at horses like this, for especially operations like Rapoli Stables, it's kind of like a garage sale, right? It's not that someone doesn't want to have assertiveness in his barn. It just doesn't really fit what Rapoli Stable is built on. So you give someone else an opportunity to buy this horse at a price where they can go and have a lot of fun with him, and Mike will have an open stall that he can put a $500,000 yearling in.
And in chasing the non-winners of one that he's never going to win in a turf season, so you got to run for that. Let's give a little credit to Marcelo Arenas. I believe the 8 Middle Market got second, a horse with no real turf pedigree that Chad Brown never ran on the turf, and he claimed this horse from Chad, and he actually ran a respectable race. I thought he got up for second on the outside. I almost wonder if the photo might be for lesser positions.
55
so let's give Marcelo
to 1.
a little bit of love for that. You know, that was a heck of a claim by him for 17-5.
Good
right?
call. No question. First on the turf start, number 8. Yeah, first off the claim of Chad Brown. Winds up second. 1-8-4-7. 9-5 favorite. 55 to 1. 34 to 1 underneath to complete the trifecta. But that man right there, what a Saturday. 4 for Luis Saez. His day done. Pretty productive Saturday.
To the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside,
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues the battle.
Back with you here on our FS1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion. We practice this, JK.
Performance?
Very good. Whew. Assertiveness. 4-win Saturday for Luis Saez, otherwise known as Lulu, to Brad Cox. Wins here for Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Acacia.
And with Luis Saez and his 4-win Saturday, what a day here at Saratoga, Louis.
Yeah, I got a pretty good day, thanks the Lord. It's pretty tough this meet. Win a race is so tough, but well, today we were so grateful to came with 4 winners. It's very special for me and my family.
And with assertiveness here, this is a horse that obviously had class dropping into this spot. Seemed it was just a matter of getting him out into the clear.
Yes, I was watching the replays, and last time he got a little bit of trouble. So today the key was try to break and stay out of the trouble, and he traveled so beautiful, put me in a good position, came in the top of the stretch, and he gave me a pretty good run.
And I have to ask you, you rode good cheer to a good second place finish in the Alabama in the last race. I know Brad Cox thought that she was a victim of the pace, a slow pace up front. What were your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, I know the pace was a little slow. We tried to make a little move in the half a mile, but this track is pretty tricky too. And she ran her race, but like you say, it was a slow pace. So when we get there, the winner still has some. So I feel like next time she's gonna be much better.
She certainly did take a step forward today. Well done there, and of course, well done on a great 4-win day.
Thank you so much, Casse.
Greg?
A great 4-win day, and we're kind of burying the lead as well. One of the most impressive 2-year-old debuts on Tom Amos's first-time starter that we've seen here in Saratoga in a long time, and that is saying something.
Absolutely. It's our time, and Luis Saez and the guy sitting next to me put on an absolute show around 4:04 p.m. this afternoon, and I can't wait for that to happen again.
No, I agree. I mean, listen, obviously the Alabama was the big race today, but the big performance today was your horse, Tom, and I'm not just saying because you're sitting here. It's Our Time was the star of the show today.
I appreciate it. You know, look, he's a great athlete. That's what makes it happen. You got to have the athlete, and he showed he was a real athlete today, you guys.
And Greg said thanks for telling him, Jonathan and I got nothing. Whatever. But we still love you.
Greg's single.
Yeah. Nightcap, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. New York Breds entry-level allowance race. We'll talk more on this race coming up in just a little bit. Going to look back on the Skidmore as well. Playoff Bob loving the lawn in his turf debut for Dale Romans. We'll be back.
Top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back in our Fox Sports 1 coverage, you're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan as we get set for the nightcap to come. We'll get back to that race in a moment. Let's go back to Tom's brilliant debut with It's Our Time.
What can I say? I mean, the favorite is the 4-horse down on the rail right there. Big favorite, and a horse that's had really, really good works in the morning. My horse laid right off of him down the backside, showed he could rate. And look, he's being ridden. And it's now he's going to finally take it easy on him. But this was a very, very impressive win. I think it was in the chart. I think it was 17 lengths, you guys.
Looked like Serengeti Empress in her third career start when she won by 17.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's not forget, too, that the horse way behind you was one of the most hyped 2-year-olds of this summer at Saratoga.
He was. We got him today. Look, my guy, It's Our Time, he's not a big horse. And that favorite is it was David versus Goliath in the paddock when I looked at the favorite, the 4-horse. He's a big boy.
Well, it was quite a performance. I mean, those are the kind of performances, forgetting about your association with the horse, those are the kind of horses you come to Saratoga with the 2-year-olds you want to see. And you don't see them very often.
I told you when I graduated from college, I saw Devil's Bag break his maiden here. I've never forgotten it. That was 1983.
I was here.
Yeah, and so those kind you remember, don't you?
Devil's Bag might have been the best 2-year-old of my lifetime, to be honest with you. His 2-year-old performances were, Easy Goers were great too, but Devil's Bag might have been the very best one. He just didn't develop as a 3-year-old.
Let's look back to the Skidmore, and a pretty good performance here too, from a horse getting on the grass for the first time. Bobrovsky, who was quick on dirt, not going to be as quick as Monster on the grass, sits in second, but then when it counts, rolls right on by. JK.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Monster did what we thought Monster would do, which is open up. Bobrovsky obviously had a lot of speed in his dirt performances, but he was getting on the turf for the first time. He had a target. He sat comfortably. And right about here, if you had a ticket on the 7, you started to feel like you had a great shot to run by.
Dale didn't even get a chance to work him on the grass. He wanted to, just didn't work out. Didn't need it.
Didn't seem to matter. And I love the fact he was able to rate. You know, a lot of horses can win in the front end, and they got to sit behind another horse, and they throw in the towel. Not this guy. He chased an honest pace, not a blistering pace, but an honest one, and he just went by him. And he beat a good horse, too.
And you want to talk about a sharp trainer. Dale Romans is a very sharp trainer.
Former all-time leading trainer at Churchill Downs for a long, long time. Of course, we said earlier on the Fox program, one of the biggest upsets in the history of a racetrack known for upsets, when Keen Ice beat the Triple Crown champion American Pharoah. He's had quite a career, though.
He has, and he was trainer of the year about 2011 or 12, somewhere back there. He won the Eclipse, and he's got a nice horse in that race. Took a shot in there. He could have looked bad. He looked good.
Also the trainer of Not This Time, who is the sire of Tom's horse.
So really, you're winning on the coattails of Dale Romans.
Bolton Landing featured coming up on the Sunday card. 5.5 furlongs on the grass for 2-year-old fillies. And Cy Fair, George Weaver. What do you think, JK?
This horse was sensational on debut. George's been winning a lot of 2-year-olds over the last couple of years. I would argue this is one of the best. And I think she could be very, very tough tomorrow.
And your friend Reagan Swinbanks, his owner, nice to see him in Saratoga today. He said he's concerned, he's worried, he's nervous he has the favorite. I said, yeah, I get it, but you want to have the favorite every time you run a horse, even if it makes it tougher if you lose.
Yeah.
That is coming up on our Sunday coverage. We look forward to that. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Nightcap still to come on Alabama Saturday. Sovereignty, of course, getting ready for the Travers next weekend. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian. and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. We have a New York bred race to close out Alabama Saturday. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. And there is a look at, spoken bluntly, very mild favorite. Difficult race here. 7-2 is your favorite. And one coming off an impressive effort last start. That was downstate Belmont at Aqueduct.
I don't like this horse's chances today. He rode a rail. The rails were down that time. We just got back from Saratoga, and the fresh grass on the inside was a big advantage. He was able to control, and while he may be the speed again today, I think a horse like Not for Hire is not going to be sitting that far off him, and even the 6 busted away. So I think he is probably not going to be favored by post time, and if he is, he's a dubious favorite in my opinion.
Uh-oh. I guess we'll see, won't we? Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there, down to the rail with Spoken Bluntly. I was in the paddock for his last race over during Belmont at Aqueduct, and I had a touch of concern because he was coming in off of a layoff, and he is a bigger-bodied individual, but he was strong, and he used that speed, but you could see, oh, easy, buddy, getting just a little bit spooky going out there, but you could see him get a little bit high-headed in the stretch when he was tiring a bit, but trying to kick on, which he was able to do, holding clear to get the win that day. And I certainly agree and understand with what Andy is saying, but I do think, and he has a little bit more of an additional layoff to contend with today, coming in, not having run since June, but he does look more defined altogether, and he's sharp, as he often is. I thought that he ran very well off the bench last time out. Now, right to his outside the 2, Not for Hire. I agree. I think he's very intriguing. He came back last time when he broke slowly. It was his first start as well as a gelding, and we often talk about how much of a difference a gelding can make in a horse, both physically and mentally. I often find that sometimes the biggest change that you will see is the second time they race after that gelding, the ultimate equipment change, if you will. He's far more subdued here in the paddock, just more relaxed, more professional. professional, not kind of all over the place like even he was last time out as well. Hopefully he breaks better today, as he does look stronger behind too. And I think if he's able to get himself out of the gate and into position early, that could really bode well for him in this spot. Now the number 8, Sir Cartwright, is intriguing. One of a couple in here that's trying the turf for the first time, and he is out of a mare who was 0-for-7 while she didn't win on the turf. She did hit the board a couple of times on it, but she also won on synthetic. There are 2 other foals in the family who were winners on the grass, and this guy looks like he should handle it. He also has the benefit of having worked on the turf on the Oklahoma training track last time out, where you have the opportunity there to gallop on the infield turf on certain days or to work on the grass on certain days as well. So Jeremiah Englehart getting a good read and entering him in here. He has some natural speed as well. Wasn't that quick last time out when stumbling at the start, but he's sharp, and I think that he should handle these conditions, Greg.
Well, Rat Ortiz Jr. leading the way at this meet. 46 wins, 42 for his younger brother. This is going to be fun down the stretch between these two. And that man right there, Louisiana, has been in the house. What a meet for Kendrick Carmouche.
He really is. I mean, I think there's a lot of riders that are riding very well here. They're just so overwhelmed by what the Ortiz brothers are doing, and Ricardo Santana as well. But I think we're blessed just to have a very good colony. One of the nice things is, for the most part, when you bet a horse up here, you don't even really think about the rider, because you know you're almost certain to get a good ride.
It's a great point.
Except
a lot of
some
times
cases.
You'll look down and, at other racetracks and you're like, oh, I liked my horse, but so-and-so. You don't really do that here very often.
Post parade starts with Kendrick Carmouche, unspoken bluntly, speed from the inside.
Well, I've already got this horse in the winner's circle for you, Jonathan, but speaking bluntly, I think he's a bad favorite.
Cannot look past what George Weaver has done at this meet on the lawn. Not for hire with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Not for hire, and dare I say it, was gelded before his last start.
That is correct. Stormy birthday at 23-1.
Yeah, he had a nice win a few races back, but is it good enough to compete with ease, and there's other speed?
On the ledge, Bruce Brown has Christopher Elliott.
I like this horse's last 2 starts on the grass. I mean, that's a pretty good turf record from just 2 starts.
Courtney Banker, trained by Barclay Tagg.
Last effort was solid. He's probably a better turf sprinter than he is a router.
Bustin' away the lone turf start. What'd you think?
Well, look, I mean, lost all chance last time, so take that race out. The lone turf start was actually pretty good, and he's going to have speed.
At a big price, maybe one of the big overlays on the board here. Alan Turing actually had to cut back in distance.
Well, you invented the computer, so why should a cutback be a problem?
Sir Cartwright, first time on the lawn.
First time on the lawn, but has some pedigree to back it up, and the board has him at 7-1.
Does this one have the golden gun?
He is the man with the golden gun, and I'm not going to say what made him special.
No, don't.
The man with the
don't.
golden gun. We've had enough
Keep it
dirty talk on this from Tom.
Pay the juice, Dylan Davis for Shug McGahee.
I did that my whole college career before I gave it up betting on football, so I know all about paying the juice.
I think there's a chance, and I picked Pay the Juice here. My feeling is maybe he's really a turf sprinter, because his first race, arguably, as a 2-year-old, was as good, if not better, than his races going longer as he got older. And maybe he's a horse that should have been sprinting all along. He's naturally improved from 2 to 3, and if he can make that improvement and bring it to the turf, he should get some speed to run at. I thought he was interesting here.
He certainly is. 4-1. He'll have that outside post.
Last year.
And this is that debut sprinting on the grass. Beat only a half length, and the horse who won this race would come back to win next out.
He won the Skidmore, actually, in his next start. And Leon Blue, who finished second, was a stakes winner at this meet. So that was a pretty solid field he was running at, and he ran very well. And I'm just wondering if maybe he wants to sprint all along. And with a closing sprinter, Jonathan, I like drawing an outside post. I don't have to worry about getting caught up inside and getting my rally muted.
And he should get pace, huh, Jonathan, in here?
Yeah, I would think so. The horse I like on the inside, the ones should be, especially with that inside draw, should pop away from there and set it up. But I agree with Andy's point of, in turf sprints in general, whether it's a speed horse or a closer, I got to be honest, I like to be in the clear, because I think that it's too short of a race to make up for any adversity that you might get in a race like this. I would, if I was on your 10 horse here, Andy, I would want this horse just to be in the clear, closing without being stopped.
I'm hoping that. I think the race, I think Not for Hire, though, is very dangerous here. I imagine he's now the favorite. I was going to say he'd be favored by post time. And I just like Not for Hire actually got in trouble last time, completely shuffled out of the race. And if you go to his race 2 back, doesn't it make him the one to beat?
Let's go to the 1 for a moment. Tom, what are we seeing here with Spoken bluntly?
Well, he broke away and got away from the pony and went really quick in his warm-up. But Maggie taught me that that's pretty typical of what Kendrick likes to do. Now he's behind the gate on the dirt in the chute, doing some warming up, keeping those muscles moving. To me, this is trying to make this horse show a forward position out of the gate.
Kendrick does it all. He's got a race coming up and going over to say hi to the young one on the rail.
I think he signed an autograph just there.
As he's getting ready to load momentarily for the nightcap.
Kendrick's always working the room, right? I mean, Kendrick just works the room
just
like
go to 9
nobody.
Maple. All you got to do is go to 9 Maple, and you'll see it firsthand.
I mean, he's the best. I mean,
that
really
is great to be able to be that calm leading up to a race coming up.
Yeah, doesn't feel like Kendrick breaks into a sweat that often. You know, he's pretty calm, cool, and collected.
Well, last week when I recorded Card Talk with him and Miguel, right before I got there, Kendrick was working a horse and got dumped. And his arm was just scraped up and bleeding, and it looked, you know, I'd have had to go lay down for a little while. And
I'd have been crying.
Yeah, I said, Kendrick, you all right? And he said, it wasn't close to my heart. And then he was just hilarious and funny on Card Talk. These guys are so tough and able to kind of put aside things that could be distracting for the rest of us.
Playing injured, it is a way of life for these guys. They are tough. New favoritism has gone to Not for Hire. Let's go back to Acacia.
I love seeing how these riders, so many of them are such great ambassadors for the game as well, which you could certainly use to describe Kendrick Carmouche. But Dylan Davis will be aboard the number 10, Pay the Juice. And at first, I was against him cutting back because he's such a big, solid horse. Look at him, even in comparison to the lead pony. Just everything about him looks like he wants to go longer. And then I watched him warm up, and he warmed up exceptionally well. He probably looked the best just in the way that he was moving, the way that he was traveling over the track there. He has that high knee action of a turf mover, really kind of floating out there. And he's powerful behind. He's sharp kind of in that demeanor, and went and looked back again. And he did run exceptionally well, sprinting on the turf in his first race. I remember that day when out on bail, wired the field. He won me over a bit more in the warm-up. The number 5, Courtly Banker, I pointed him out last time as a horse that I thought could improve when cutting back in distance, because he's one that physically I've always felt is more suited to going shorter. He's also one that I have noticed recently has improved vastly from a mental standpoint. He used to not be able to do the post braid. He'd have to go out first or last. He'd get really wound up prior to the race. Last time he did the post braid, I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke, and it wasn't. He did it again today. This is the best I've seen this horse act. He did hit the front and get run down by the favorite last time, but one that I do think is improving and in the right spot today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Tough one to close it out as the board reflects here. These 5.5 furlong turf sprints, they're never easy.
No, they're never easy because they don't always play like your conventional handicapping wisdom will suggest. There could be a bunch of speed in these turf sprints, and the speed of the speed will hang on. And that closer that looks like had to get the great close setup, it just doesn't always work out.
But I will say, I think the 5.5s in Saratoga are better for closers than the 6s are downstate, because the paces are invariably faster. And it's not a question of distance, it's a question of pace.
3-1 favorite, Not for Hire, Ricardo Santana Jr. having a tremendous summer. One of his strengths has been turf sprints. He's been exceptional in these type of races. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the nightcap.
Last 2 to load. Scaramanga and Pay the Juice. Got one acting up in the middle. And they're off. It's a quick start for Bustin' Away in the center of the course, joined by Spoken Bluntly, who flies through now to battle for command. In between them, Not for Hire on the ledge is in the mix too. Scaramanga is 5th at this stage. followed on the inside by Courtney Banker, who's getting into the thick of it along the inside, right off the leader's heels, in fact. It's another 2, back to Stormy Birthday, who is 4 lengths clear of Sir Cartwright. Alan Turing is at the back of the field. Pay the Juice is just in front of him. 21-4 for the quarter. It's spoken bluntly and on the ledge, head-to-head at the top of the stretch. Just in behind them, Not For Hire is racing in third. And here's Courtney Banker, splitting rivals with a sweet move to take the lead with 1 furlong to go. And Courtney Banker is the leader. Opens up 2 on Spoken Bluntly in second. Late run from Alan Turing along the inside. Courtney Banker with Katie Davis for the Saratoga stable, winning by almost 5 lengths. Alan Turing rallied into second, then Spoken Bluntly and Stormy Birthday.
A ton of horse down the stretch. Courtney Banker much the best here in the nightcap.
And got a great trip from Katie Davis. The field broke. She found a spot, was able to move to the rail down the backside behind a wall of horses that were really setting that pace up for her. Angled out, got through when she wanted, and finished up dramatically well.
And interestingly enough, Alan Turing was the only one of the closers that even got into it, getting up for second with a nice rail skimming ride by Manny Franco. But this horse won easily, and the rest of them, frankly, your one horse who finished third actually did well to finish third, considering how this pace just fell apart. John.
Yeah, the pace fell apart, and it's one of those situations where it's a horse you might want to keep an eye out for coming back. A horse that kind of loses the battle, wins the battle but loses the war is a great horse to try to bet back.
And I bet the 5 last time.
Okay, well, there
Not
we go.
Let's go back to the beginning here. 6-1, Courtney Banker. 5-7-1-3.
Gets a pretty clean break, finds position behind the leaders, is able to angle over behind a horse to her inside, get to the rail, shortest trip home, angle out when she wanted, and that's the result you get.
First win of the meet, Katie Davis. Yeah, Alan Turing at 25-1, long way back in second. But a 6-1 shot to close things out on this Alabama Saturday afternoon. 102-1 final time here. It's Courtney Banker for pretty famous silks, of course, that campaigned one of the most popular New York breds of all time. Funny Side to victories in the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown.
Tiz Law was pretty good, too.
He was. Kicked off the Triple Crown with a Belmont Stakes win. Sounds so weird to say that.
I know. His Travers was tremendous performance.
One more look. Sitting in great position here, JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, sitting in that inside pocket kind of position, chasing and closing into some honest fractions, it's one of the best places you could be in a turf sprint. And you'd like to think that with some ladies at the racetrack today, probably been chasing the female jockey all day. They got rewarded here on the way out at 6-1.
5-7-1-3 finish. Saratoga, Barkley tag, Katie Davis. There's Barkley.
I love Barkley.
Funny Side, you mentioned Tiz the Law. Was so great in that COVID year of 2020.
I remember when Funny Side started really making a name for himself, and a lot of people were saying, it's Barkley tag, you know, like he arrived on the scene with Funny Side. And for those of us that have been around the racetrack our whole lives, we've known about Barkley for about 30 years before Funny Side was running. He came up, actually learned from Frank Whiteley. I believe he worked for Frank Whiteley, the trainer of Ruffian and Forgo, and quite a great trainer in his
international
own.
fame when they rented a school bus to take all the way down to Louisville for the Kentucky Derby, which they won.
Yes, they did.
20,000 plus if you're able to put that pick 6 together. And good for these connections. Get this win with Courtney Banker. Let's go to Acacia.
Katie, I'm going to slide in here with you. Congratulations. You just came back from riding at Ascot and getting your Saratoga win here. You're a bit emotional. Can you talk it through with Courtney Banker, who you know so well?
You know, Courtney, he's been a really cool horse, and I've ridden him short before, and I loved him going short, and they ended up getting the win going long, which was beautiful. You know, he can turn off, but he started getting a little more sharp these past couple of races, and I'm like, let's run him short, let's go, and he proved himself very well.
Well done, Katie.
Been a tough meet. Good to finally get that first win here for Katie Davis. Barkley tagged Saratoga. This one looks really good. Closing things out here. Dominic.
I don't know about you, but I feel good.
It was a very good day.
Next Saturday, the big one. Midsummer Derby, and the leader of this 3-year-old division, Sovereignty. Back in action, can he bring Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott his first ever Travers win? It's like a small field that's going to line up against him, but a serious rival in magnitude who did not get to compete in the Triple Crown this year because of an ankle chip, but he came back in the Iowa Derby. I know you were there that day. You won the Iowa Oaks. Looked as good as before he went to the bench.
Yeah, my horse in that race, I got to see his butt. You know, it was about 40 yards in front of me.
Well,
Bobrovsky was awesome moving to the grass for Dale Romans, winning the Skidmore. And Nitrogen, yes, she can do it on the dirt. Switching from the lawn, winning this prestigious event in this 3-year-old filly division. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Photo.
In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M's.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Take home a tie-dye Saratoga tote bag on Friday, August 22nd, free with paid admission while supplies last. Then join us the following day for the DraftKings Travers. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers. Now's the time to subscribe to the NYRA Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NYRA Bets on YouTube.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup